So it's day 102 of President Trump's 4 to 6 week war in Iran. President Trump claims that actually a peace deal is about to be reached. But is it? Harsh reality, it's not the first time that President Trump has claimed that a peace deal is imminent. In fact, since the middle of March, there's over 16 times that he's actually made that claim. Now, to be fair, talks seem to be progressing well between Iran and America. After all, there's lots of common ground between them. Not only do they both need the Strait of Hormuz opened, they both want to see the war ending. And they both
welcome, everybody. Welcome. We're going to get into it in a second. Hey, Baby Walk. Hey, Mr. Tom Tom. Welcome. Good evening. Hey, Doug. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're well. Today, we are going to be going through Rum. What up? What up, Rum? Oh, look at that. Structural regression. Every single day, it's a structural regression. By the way, I've changed the labels so that they make more sense. Structural regression just every day just makes zero sense. So, I'm still. Orange County local disruptor. How are you, Roshan? Good to see you, Roshan. All right. Welcome in, everybody. We're going to go through 3 big topics today. We're going to be talking about, obviously, Iran and Iran, US, Lebanon, Israel, Gaza, West Bank, all of those areas. That's the first segment. The war machine is turning civilians into pressure points. And then the second segment is called The Security State is Expanding from Borders to Public Health. And this is, we're going to cover ICE. We're going to cover what's happening in Belfast. We're going to talk about what's going on in Kashmir. We're going to talk about what's happening in Kenya. We're going to talk about social security benefits being cut. Oh, we've got so much. And then finally, Capital is recognizing the future, AI, energy, batteries, and climate sacrifice zones. So we're going to talk about Apple AI. We're going to talk about Brussels ordering Meta to open WhatsApp to rival AI agents. We're going to talk about Dutch authorities blocking $115 million deal by a U.S. tech company. We're going to talk about GM and its bet on homegrown battery technology. We're going to talk about NASDAQ shitting itself. Jumpy investors. We're going to talk about concerns over some fracking that that a Texan company wants to do on indigenous Australian land. Hey, T minus, welcome. And we're going to talk about England's receding coastline. That should be fun. We're doing what we can. Lamau, the California and SoCa ballots not finalized yet. Yeah, I saw.
Incoming.
Oh,
Raiders.
shit.
Thank you, Raiders.
Let's
Welcome.
go, Shiny.
Hope you stick around and hit that follow button.
Woo, Shiny. What's up? Let's go, Shiny. Yo, my clothes brush. Shiny, just a question. Any world records today?
Globalized intifada.
Let's go, everybody.
Well done, my boy.
देखा मैंने कितना अच्छा डांस करता है?
We got this. Right. It's day 102. Day 102, everybody. Day 102. What was I saying? Local disruptor. Yes, I have had a look. At what's happening in some of those races. The mail-in ballots are really going well for the progressives, aren't they? That's really good. That's a good sign. Late votes for progressive candidates. God damn. Okay. Well, we're going straight into it, everybody. Sky News. What's happening on day 102 of the war in Iran? Let's get lit. Gas lit.
So it's day 102 of President Trump's 4 to 6 week war in Iran. President Trump claims that actually a peace deal is about to be reached. But is it? Harsh reality, it's not the first time that President Trump has claimed that a peace deal is imminent. In fact, since the middle of March, there's over 16 times he's actually made that claim.
An active day.
Now, to be fair, talks seem to be progressing well between Iran and America. After all, there's lots of common ground between them. Not only do they both need the Strait of Hormuz opened, they both want to see the war ending, and they both recognize that some form of memorandum of understanding is the way to conclude the conflict.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to talk about, I've gotten so interested in the situation in the Mediterranean Sea. I'll talk about it a bit later. Around the refugees and the boats, just capsizing and what Europe is doing. I've been putting in some work. I'm gonna be working on a video, a documentary style 10-minute video on what's going on there, because I really want to talk about it, guys. Like, we've been through a few stories on this live around the treatment of refugees by Europe. We're gonna talk about that. I'm gonna spend a bit of time on a I guess a documentary style video. I really want to make sure people understand how evil what's happening in the Mediterranean is. It's the most insane shit, and people are being treated like animals. So yeah, we're gonna start slowly stripping back all of these little issues. But look out for that. I'll keep you all posted.
The challenge, of course, is you need some form of ceasefire in place to enable them to focus on that action. Now, there's been a number of tit-for-tat actions between Iran and America over the last few days, but most notably, the Americans lost an Apache helicopter last night. We do know it was lost over the strait to the east of Oman. We also understand that 2 crew members survived and were rescued, according to US Central Command, by an uncrewed surface vessel. Now, the US Navy operates a number of these from a range of about 16 feet to about 135 feet long. I stress we don't know how the rescue was conducted, but the really important story here is if those 2 crew members have been recovered by the Iranians.
Oh, Shanna, hello. All good, Shanna.
To the Iranians.
Good to see you.
You can understand why the Americans shrouded the whole operation in
all
secrecy.
Good, Shanna.
That combat search and rescue
operation
rest
up.
Was very successful.
Hey, Truth Sensei.
Great, benefit that actually they were recovered by America and not by Iran. But of course, the core issue here is actually about Israel.
Rest up, Shanna. I'll catch you in the live tomorrow.
To include Israel's offensive against Hezbollah. Prime Minister Netanyahu's #1 priority is the protection of its citizens. And over the last 80 years, there's been tensions between Iran and with Israel. Over that time, Hezbollah, the proxy of Iran, has regularly conducted rocket attacks against settlements in northern Israel. And periodically, Israel pushed the Hezbollah forces out of southern Lebanon and after, most recently, up to the Litani River. But we understand this time it looks like Prime Minister Netanyahu's ambition may be significantly further north. But actually, if we zoom in a little bit further, we can see that Israel's also issued some evacuation orders for the region of Tyre, including the Christian Quarter, the first time they've done that. And what they're trying to do is clear the area
including
here.
The Christian Quarter.
Now, all of this is meant to be a ceasefire in place, but actually it's clearly a ceasefire that's been imposed. Israel's actions on the ground look as if they're preparing for a return to hostilities. In fact, Prime Minister Netanyahu has already claimed the war is not yet over. So where does this leave President Trump's strategy for the Iran war? Well, Trump has claimed that actually the Strait of Hormuz will be opened in the next few days and that there are no major sticking points exist between the two sides. But it's worth remembering that President Trump's objective of this war was to stop Iran developing a nuclear weapon. And there's no evidence at the moment that Iran is prepared to compromise on that front. In addition, Iran still has a lot of its ballistic missiles, its proxies are still very active in the region, and Iran is able to threaten its neighbors both militarily and economically. And crucially, the Strait of Hormuz
Hey,
is
Jody.
still closed, a major thorn in the side of President Trump. The reality, though, is President Trump has actually found himself in the middle of an 80-year conflict between Iran and Israel. And the fact that Israel is now
80-year conflict. These fucking douchebags, bro. What the fuck? 80-year conflict. Why? Why has that conflict been there? Why? Did someone steal someone's land?
capitalizing on the fact that Iran is weakened as a result of the war against it. And once that genie's out
Hey,
of the
Sherry.
bottle, it's very difficult for
Sershi,
President Trump
sorry.
to put it back in again.
Sher-
what is clear
see,
is despite
yes.
President Trump's positive rhetoric, he has got himself trapped between two polar opposing views of the geopolitics of the region. He's found himself in a war
Ultra
that has not been
camperist.
solved in
Hello.
80 years. Therefore, it's very unlikely to be resolved in the next few days, despite President Trump's claims.
Yeah, these are. Oh, Sherry, aka Cersei. Cersei, like in the Game of Thrones.
The U.S. attacking Iran.
This is CNN. U.S.-Iran trade blows for downed Apache after Trump boasts imminent deal. I don't believe that there
The
is
U.S.
a...
attacking Iran.
Shezi.
Iran
Oh.
now retaliating. A dangerous escalation in the war that's now on day 102. Tehran claiming it's firing missiles and drones towards U.S. targets. An attack after CENTCOM confirms the U.S. hit a number of targets in Iran. So this has been a back and forth. Multiple explosions reported now along the Strait of Hormuz. And it all started, Trump says, when Iran shot down a U.S. Apache helicopter as it patrolled the crucial waterway. And that was a significant strike, maybe at the hands of an Iranian Shahed drone, coming amidst a ceasefire that was broken 2 days ago with missiles hitting back and forth once again between Iran and Israel. The president tonight telling ABC's Jonathan Karl that this is a response to what they did with our helicopter last night. And I believe the response should be very strong, very powerful, and that's what this was. Now, this is the first time in the war that an Apache's gone down by a country whose military, right, Trump claims to have obliterated. Certainly when it comes to things like the Navy and the Strait, it's been obliterated or left at the bottom of the sea many times, according to Trump. The attack coming just hours after Trump said the U.S.
Look at liberal media, bro, having a go at Donald Trump. Liberal media having a go at Donald Trump for not killing enough Iranians effectively. That's essentially what she's saying. Oh, Asena. Hello, Asena. What up? What up?
Well done, my boy.
देखा मैंने कितना अच्छा डांस करता है?
What up? I think you get the best entry. Liberal media is mad at Donald Trump for not killing enough Iranians effectively. They're not angry that Trump is bombing Iran. They're angry that he's losing. And that's the problem with America right now. The blue side is going, "Hey bro, this is a major L because you're losing." They're not angry because of the mass murder. No, they're not. It's kind of crazy. I've heard a lot of crazy shit today, but this might be the craziest. I cried when I saw. What's this, Chris Tech? The shit that Trump is doing. Yeah. Donald Trump is just off the chain. He's out of control. Love from the net. Oh, hey, healthy pop. America's out of control. I shouldn't just say Donald Trump because, I mean, come on, man. Genocide and then this fucking dude. America's out of control. Yo, Holly. What up? Joseph. Welcome. Oh, we've got such an awesome freaking community. Oh, what did you misunderstand? We hate the Democrats and the Republicans here. we hate the Democrats and the Republicans here. We just think America as a whole, American imperialism is a big problem.
Would be declaring victory in Iran in the next 2 weeks, and also that there was a deal, the cusp of a deal with Iran, which is a claim, in fact, that Trump has now made at least 38 times since the war began.
They're begging to make a deal.
I think they
Hey,
want to
Big
make
Jerry.
a deal very badly.
Iran is dying to make a deal. We're going to...
The hate is more about American imperialism, but you know, I just want to say this. Unless and until it's not just me, by the way, unless and until the US, the people in the US start to, you know, take control of the atrocities that it continues to commit every year, then don't be surprised if more and more people around the world just hate, you know? Hey, Carol, welcome. It's what happens when people see death and destruction every single day, and it's committed with the bombs of this one nation en masse, right? It's gonna make people go, what the fuck are these people doing? Hey, welcome, not the one. Welcome. Other Democrats and Republicans, crooks are in the Epstein. Yeah. Let's not forget, everybody, that this guy was a Democrat.
Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate.
Wait, I forgot the order.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate.
And then, obviously, this was the other side.
Fool me once. Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled.
And then you got this fucking idiot.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I want to be a good boy.
Oh my god!
I want to be a good boy.
I love it.
End that war very quickly. They want to make a deal so badly.
We're close to a very good deal.
We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal.
Where does that deal stand tonight? Well, in a
Chris Static, I think the big issue for America right now is the American economy is tied to the military, and breaking that link is going to be very tough, I think, for America. And the American publics, once they start feeling it in their pockets, are going to want to, you know, go bomb other shit. It's just how privilege works. Once you get used to it, you know, and it starts to impact your privilege, like low petrol prices and stuff. People get angry. Mimi Fawn, whoa! We've got everybody here today. What is happening? Oh my goodness! Welcome, Mimi Fawn. Welcome.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
No one can sleep yet. Welcome, Mimi Fawn. Well, it's good to see you.
Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah,
Risa,
Navy!
a loyal, noisy crew member detective. Thank you for your continued support.
Decrepit and thin. Thank you for the resub. 4 months already? The noisy UN for real? Yeah. I love it.
Hype train!
Hype train!
We are chugging. Remember, let's keep this momentum going. Let's go!
Hype train! Woo! Woo! Hype train, everybody! Choo choo! Hey, Orpheus, welcome. Hey, Drea, how are you? I need this remix. Oh, you know what? This is Chris Tactic, this is what I think when I think about Donald Trump, okay?
He should kiss my ass.
And the other thing I just want to say is that Donald Trump has now got Xi's nuts all the way down his throat. He's got Xi's nuts right in there. He is currently. Oh my gosh!
Detective, thank you for bringing more people into the noisy crew. Your efforts are noted.
Oh my gosh! 20 gift subs, Lisa? Are you crazy? What? Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you. Hey, Cups of Tea, welcome. Battlefield Joe, how are you? Hey, Jujus. But you've got to understand, we despise Donny Boy here, Krista. We don't like him. We are not a fan of his. He is a fascist. He is a bigot. Now he's implementing racist policies. We despise him. Hey, Coco Millie. We also despise what Kamala and Biden did to the Palestinians. The genocide of the Palestinians, we'll always despise it. Oh my gosh.
You shared. You cared.
Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting 10 tier 1 subs.
Detected. Sharing is caring. You shared. You cared.
Oh my gosh, Mikachu as well. Oh my, what's happening?
Gift sub detected. Sharing is caring.
Okay, this is just gonna keep going with gift subs. I think I need to pause this for a second.
Gift sub.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the events just for 1 second. Rosalia, welcome. Why is it Timu Rose? Oh yes, we were on a live together, weren't we? I came into a live. How are you, Rosalia? On Kayla's live, sorry. Yes. Pardon my ignorance, please. What did Biden and Kamala do? They committed genocide against the Palestinians, Krista. Chris Static, sorry. They committed genocide against the Palestinians.
In a moment, we're going to take you live.
Of course. I was swiping and then I saw the live. I saw Kafia and I was like, bro, I'm going in. It has to happen. So the Biden administration, if you didn't know, supplied all the bombs, most of the bombs that Israel was using to bomb innocent civilians and tens of thousands of children in Gaza. Right? And here's a really good example of why I think both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden should be at The Hague, potentially meet the same fate as, say, a Saddam Hussein. Because what they did was not just supply arms to Israel, but they broke their own laws in order to continue to do it. Like the Leahy Law, which says if there is a blockade of aid from getting in, then bombs should be banned. And you know what Biden's administration did? The USAID came back and said, yep, Israel is blocking aid and Israel is committing war crimes. And USAID said, you should probably stop providing arms to Israel. And then Anthony Blinken, who happens to be in Joe Biden's administration, said, nah, we're going to ignore it and we're going to continue to supply arms to Israel. Okay, so not only has the Biden administration committed genocide, it had a chance to stop it, but it didn't. And it kept gaslighting everybody that, we feel so bad for the Palestinians while mass murdering innocent people for 2 years almost, both of those people. So I will never look at American politics the same way. To me, blue and red, both fascist and genocidal. It's just that the blue side, is DEI fascism and genocide, you know?
Live to the ground in Tehran. But first, I want to go straight to Kristen Holmes because she's out front live outside the White House. And
yeah, this has been going on forever, and the U.S. has been committing these crimes for a very long time. Yeah.
Kristen, now a back and a forth happening in the Strait of Hormuz between the U.S. and Iran. I mean, what are you learning about the scope of the strikes this hour?
What about the genocide in Iran under Trump? What about all of the genocides under all American presidents? It's fucking stupid to think that this problem started with Trump. America has been mass murdering people since even before it was a country. That's all America knows.
Yeah, Aaron, it certainly doesn't seem as though they're moving in the right direction in terms of some kind of a peace deal. But what I'm told is that right now there is a limited scope when it comes to these strikes. They're looking at military targets along the Strait of Hormuz, but we are told that they are expecting more strikes throughout the evening. Now, one of the things that we have...
Like, America just put a kid in jail, a black kid. What's his name? Carmelo Anthony in jail for 35 years. And it put Derek for defending himself. And Derek Chauvin got less time in prison. And a white kid got completely let go, even though he shot a black boy in the back. Like, America's a racist hellhole.
Been told was that this was meant to be somewhat of a warning shot fired to Iran after the downing of that Apache, and that they don't think long term this is going to affect any of those negotiations. Now, it's unclear whether or not they noted that Iran was going to retaliate so quickly. We saw a post from Iran's foreign minister saying that any strike from the U.S. would essentially be countered. Now, the U.S. is still maintaining that it is somewhat optimistic about these negotiations, about reaching a peace deal. However, it's unclear whether or not that 2 to 3 day timeline, which President Trump laid out last night, still holds. Of course, we had heard that kind of timeline before, and we are still in the midst of this no longer even ceasefire as the two sides are trading strikes.
Unfortunately, this ceasefire is beginning to escalate, and this is not what the administration wants. Trump truly wants a deal, and I actually think the Iranians want a deal. But until we can stop shooting
in Aotearoa, New Zealand,
at each other, nobody's going to come to the negotiating table. I've been saying for quite some time that the president needs to think about his kind of long-term strategic goals, and those should be, first and foremost, to get the strait open. The only way that strait's going to get open is if the president lifts the blockade under the auspices that the Iranians have got to open the straits, and then sit down and begin the long-term negotiations that are going to be required for the highly enriched uranium, the state sponsor of terrorism, and all the things that the Iranian regime has been doing that we want to put in better balance.
Yeah, and of course, the irony of what you say, the first strategic goal is to return to the way things were before the war started, at least when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz itself, right, with reopening that. It does come in the context of this deal, Admiral, where Trump, as I said, the number that we counted is at least 38 times over the past couple months.
This is not just corrupt, right? This is genocidal, like mass murderer. Corrupt doesn't capture that. Like, you got to use the right words here. Child killers, mass murderers, genocidal white supremacists. I think you have to use the right words here. Otherwise,
He has said that a war,
it minimizes what America's doing.
Was close to being finalized, right? There's a deal, and we know it often comes over the weekend. It comes ahead of the market opening. I played a few of those claims a few moments ago. But, you say you believe the Iranians also want a deal as well. How do you think they view, though, the reality that it is now very obvious to anyone on this planet that Trump really wants to make a deal?
Yeah, totally next to the moon, yeah.
Yeah, of course, one of the Iranian stipulations for coming to the negotiating table was for the fighting between Hezbollah and Israel to stop. And that has continued, which is why you've heard about the very contentious phone call that President Trump had with Prime Minister Netanyahu. You've seen the continual, bombardment going back and forth between Israel and Hezbollah. And of course, this is what precipitated the Iranian attack the other day, and then the counterattack by the Israelis. So unfortunately, the president really has a lot of things going on here. He's got to convince the Israelis, yes, they have the right of self-protection. They need to protect themselves, but we've got to figure out a way to kind of broker some sort of ceasefire in Lebanon so that can be one of the stipulations that we kind of take off the table. Then the next thing is, we've got to figure out a way where we convince the Iranians that we will lift the blockade if they open the straits, and then sit down and begin the long-term and the hard negotiations that will come.
Yeah, and long and hard, as you said, and with the prior deal, of course, we know it.
Oh, yep, long and hard.
It took years to get
it's
it
too
done.
easy.
Right. Now, Trump's claims of an imminent deal, as you know, Admiral, have been preceded by bombastic rhetoric that was unsettling to everyone.
Terrible.
From both Trump as well as the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. Here are just a few things that they've said to remind everybody of those moments where your heart would be in your throat many times in the early days of this war.
I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them.
We negotiate with bombs.
We just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Death and destruction from the sky all day long.
That last threat from the Defense Secretary, death and destruction from the sky all day long, also comes in the context of Trump and the Easter Post, which of course is unforgettable, Admiral, where the president wrote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again." I'm thinking in the context of the fact that you're writing a book in honor of America's 250th anniversary. What are the consequences on the world stage for an American president and the leader of its military, his defense secretary, to be speaking in this way?
Well, certainly the rhetoric doesn't help. It certainly doesn't help in the process of the negotiations. As I mentioned before, at the end of the day, Trump wants to broker a deal with the Iranians. And the deal has got to begin with opening the straits. And so he's got to get them to the negotiating table. He's got to provide some sort of incentive that opens the straits and brings the Iranians to the negotiating table. The rhetoric won't help. But to your point about my book, Duty, Honor, Country, and Life, it really is about the incredible soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines that I worked with over my 37 years.
The war criminals, you mean?
And it's those same soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines that are out there in the Gulf right now responding to the threats from Iran. So,
the war criminals?
I hope when people read this book, they'll realize how incredible the young men and women of this country are, not just in the military, but frankly,
the young men and women war criminals?
Everywhere I go in the country.
And that's an optimistic note, I think, that gives people heart. Your book is a collection of speeches, letters, even poems, frankly, Admiral, that you've written over the years, which I think is important and I hope inspirational to many young women and men. But ahead of the country's 250th birthday, at one point you write, keeping our democracy alive past 250 years will not be easy. It will require our leaders to be men and women of integrity, the same integrity that I saw in public servants who raised their voices against corruption, malfeasance, and the mistreatment of their fellow Americans. It's a poignant statement in the context of the moment in which we're having this conversation. Admiral, do you think American democracy is in danger right now?
Look, I am worried about American democracy, but American democracy has always been this grand experiment, Aaron.
I'm worried about American democracy, but I'm worried about American democracy, but.
And the fact of the matter is, if we're going to keep the American democracy moving for another 250 years, then we have to expect better from our leaders. Our leaders that are in the administration today, the ones in the next election, and on and on and on. And not just at, we need to expect better from our leaders at the local, state, and federal level. That's what will move our democracy forward. That's what will keep it in place 250 years from now.
All right. So let's go through this. I think this is the real important one to go through. Israeli attack on Tyre in Lebanon kills 8 as evacuation ordered for Christian Quarter. So this is all come after, Iran's warning as well. So what will Iran do in this scenario? Will it continue to attack Israel? Because Israel is obviously mass murdering Lebanese people. So what's going to happen? Are Iran's threats going to hold, I hope Iran sticks to its message. But does it have the capacity? We'll have to wait and see. People flee historic district of ancient city after airstrikes hit residential areas and damage archaeological sites. By the way, Chris Tactic, this is with American bombs. Israel has bombed the city of Tyre, killing 8 and injuring at least 32 people, and struck dozens of other villages in South Lebanon as it issued forced evacuation orders for the historic Christian Quarter of the ancient city for the first time. Israel struck the Al-Masaken neighborhood without warning on Tuesday morning, sending smoke plumes high above the city's buildings and igniting fires. Further airstrikes were carried out across the city, and a series of bombings hit Abbasiyah, a village north of Tyre. At some point, will Russia actively support Iran? No, bro. Of course not. By the way, Netanyahu and Putin have been talking to each other throughout all of this. I don't think Netanyahu particularly is against Israel existing. Let's be very clear on this. Netanyahu and Russia, Netanyahu and Putin have had many talks, and Netanyahu was invited to Russia's freedom whatever. Hey Didi, welcome. Hey Des. So don't think that Putin's going to be some sort of hero. Please. That guy is while they are actively blocking aid from entering. Hezbollah claimed responsibility for attacks on Israeli soldiers in the Lebanese village of Maroun al-Ras. The Israeli army said it had killed... the only reason why I reacted like that, Dizzy, is because there are a lot of pro-Putin people who are who hero worship him. It's like, why? It's so disgusting. Why hero worship these fucking people, bro? They're all taking money. They're all creating chaos, poverty around the world. Why look at these people and go, oh yeah, he's my fucking hero? They're all fucking criminals, man. All of them. Every single leader. And yeah, including Xi's nuts. Okay. Hezbollah claimed responsibility for attacks on Israeli soldiers in the Lebanese village of Maroun al-Ras. The Israeli army said it had killed a terrorist who had crossed the border from Lebanon into Israel and opened fire on Israeli soldiers. The first time in this round of fighting that a fighter from Lebanon had crossed the border. It was unclear if the gunman was affiliated with Hezbollah. Shortly after the bombings in Tyre, Israel issued a forced evacuation warning for Palestinian refugee camps in the city, as well as for the Christian Quarter, claiming members of Hezbollah had infiltrated the area and could attack. Hundreds of people fled the Christian Quarter after the forced evacuation announcement, with cars parked with mattresses and belongings jamming the narrow streets of the historic port neighborhood. The Christian Quarter had not been struck by Israel previously and had been considered a safe zone amid a city otherwise under bombardment. Many Shia Muslim residents of the city had moved there in hope of safety. Last week, the Lebanese army was deployed to the district as displaced people arrived to show that Hezbollah had no armed presence in the area and to try to prevent Israeli attacks. They're just the same. They're just so damn vile. Yeah. Christian religious leaders from 3 different denominations in Tyre called on the international community and the Lebanese state to prevent Israel from attacking the neighborhood. The leaders appealed to the global community to take immediate and serious action to spare the old quarter of Tyre from destruction and human tragedies. Christians were hiding their Muslim neighbors, and Israeli troops told them to turn them over to be taken captive or killed. Where have I heard those stories before, Zetectic? Something similar happened in the past, didn't it? Something very similar happened in the past. I wonder if you can remember. The old city is not merely a residential area, the clergy said. It is the historical and human heart of Tyre, home to thousands of civilians, including families, children, and the elderly. They added that attacking the neighborhood would constitute a humanitarian catastrophe. The city has also hosted thousands of people displaced from their villages in southern Lebanon as the Israeli army advanced northwards. The most recent strikes and evacuation orders have pushed many people into their second and even third displacement. How dare you compare this to the Holocaust? You have to wait until 20 years from now when we do land acknowledgements. Come on, man. Oh, fuck. I know, even without you adding a kappa at the end of it, I know that was sarcasm. I'm taking a guess, but it feels like sarcasm to me. Hey, Curves. Hey, Pinky. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Where is the host located? Just curious. Aotearoa, New Zealand, Chris Static. New Zealand. You might know it as New Zealand. Okay, Tyre's... Okay, we've read that. Some archaeological artifacts were damaged when rubble fell on them as debris fell over a large area, impacting a large number of elements at the site. Columns, capitals, column bases, mosaics. Ali Badawi, a regional director of archaeological sites at Lebanon's Ministry of Culture, told AFP. The ministry had placed enhanced protection Blue Shield emblems on heritage sites in Tyre in March, signs that under the Hague Convention afford archaeological sites protection during armed conflicts. Israel has also damaged the nearly 1,000-year-old Beaufort Castle, as well as blown up multiple historical buildings in different parts of southern Lebanon in recent months. Fucking hell. It's number 1 on your bucket list. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful country. Aotearoa is, I guess, the indigenous name for it that you should remember. If you came here and called it Aotearoa, people would just be so happy.
الدمار كتير كبير هون. هيدا بيروت ليه؟ شو في بيروت؟ ليش ضربت هون إسرائيل؟ ما بعرف أبدا. كيف أنا بكرة بدي أعمل سلام؟ وأنا بيتي عم بروح، ولادي عم بتروح. سلام لما تكون أنت منيح، أنا بكون منيح. بس لما تكون أنت عم تضربني never سلام.
The fighting between Israel and Hezbollah ebbs and flows, but the conflict still rages. For supporters of the armed Lebanese group, the battle is existential and rooted in the idea of resistance to Israel.
المقاومة هي شرفنا وعز وفخر وكرامة. نحن فشل حدا ينجس أرض الجنوب، أرضنا طاهرة.
But many other Lebanese say Hezbollah is dragging the country into a war they don't want to be part of.
بلد ما بتنحل إلا ما يشيلوا سلاح كل حزب الله وغيره، وإلا ما في حل. ضلنا كل 3-4 سنين وكل سنة ونص نعمل قصة، يعني حرام.
As Lebanon debates Hezbollah's future as a fighting force, we've come here to understand how the conflict with Israel is deepening sectarian divisions and how different communities define resistance.
هي فكرة طبيعية إنه أنا إجا حدا اعتدى علي رح أعتدي عليه. المقاومة هي مش خيار.
Guys, it's 16 minutes. I'm not going to play. I've got this live scheduled, like pretty. We've got a lot of stuff to go through, so I'm just going to continue reading this. I think it's also because there's a lot of subtitles, and if I show anything on TikTok, it'll just ban me. So the experience won't be that good for everybody. Let me just continue reading. The current round of fighting started on 2nd March after Hezbollah launched. No, it didn't, bro. No, it fucking didn't start on 2nd of March. Why do they lie like this? It didn't start on the 2nd of March. Israel was bombing Lebanon even before, like on the 1st of March. This is so stupid. I'm not even going to read that fucking thing. Bro, fuck it. Okay. So Vice News did this, and I was really interested in seeing it. It's a little bit of a segue, but kind of fits into this whole narrative of multipolar world, a multipolar world developing. So I wanted to play this right now because I think this is an important thing to keep track of. Vice did this, and this is Vice Inside. Will World War III start in the South China Sea? You know, for me, Vice News has been a great place to watch these sorts of documentaries because I do respect their take on these things. Obviously, they've done a couple of things that have been, out the gate. But, Vice News is good. All up, I think they are a better outlet than most others when it comes to liberal media, right? Vice News is no Dropsite News. Dropsite News is incredible. Vice News is no Declassified UK. All of these sorts of things. But they do some useful shit. And this is, I think, one of those. Let's watch this. I'm very excited to watch this. The Guardian has been awful in its coverage of the G-side and what's happening since. Yes. Vice Pre 2021 was how I became a journalist. Oh, really? Local Disruptor. Nice. More Perfect Union's really good too. We watched a More Perfect Union doco yesterday. Really good. Hey, Manda. How are you? More Perfect Union's great. There's so many outlets, guys, that are coming up now that I enjoy consuming. It's a good time for journalism. I feel like there's a lot coming through. Like The Cradle as well is really good. They do have a pro Bashar al-Assad stance, which I'm not like particularly happy with when it comes to them. But I mean that whole region is very sectarian and very divided. So I don't deny that they're all going to have different ways of looking at the world. But Cradle is really good. I read that they are deploying drones with sonic traps with cries of children in South Lebanon. Oh, they're doing the same shit, Asena, that they were doing in Gaza. Evil. Hey, Cataly, welcome. What? Zateo, yeah, Zateo. I fell off from. I became a subscriber. Like I paid them a yearly sub when Zateo before it started, like founding member price or whatever the fucking thing was. Because I was so excited. Mehdi Hassan doing this thing with Zateo. I just didn't like Mehdi Hassan's behavior when the elections were happening and he was losing his shit at people who were like, Kamala committed genocide. I didn't like that. I see Zateo as liberal media, really, in so many ways. I just don't like. I didn't like that about what Mehdi did, honestly, because if you bring that up with him, he'll go, "Oh, but Trump's worse." He gives out the same talking points as libs. Cries of children, women, even playing the Quran to lure people out. Fuck, man. It's so evil, eh?
What? There's a Navy vessel.
There's a Navy vessel?
Yeah.
China's Navy vessel?
Yeah.
Because the South China Sea is just one of the most important bodies of water in the world.
He blocked me. He blocked me on X because I just got so pissed off one day when he was calling out Kamala. I just absolutely shit on him, and he blocked me. Hey there, noisy immigrant. Last year I asked a dumb question about the UN and who to trust, and you yelled at me rightfully about it. Want to thank you for being straight with me. I should have been doing my own research. I went and did that research and distanced myself from white peers who were still centering themselves around UN discourse. Thanks for keeping it real, and sorry for my behavior. Appreciate you. Have a good... Holy shit. Emergent markets. That's very big of you. I appreciate that. People who I yell at normally just don't come back. Well, I don't know. Some people do, but holy shit. Thank you. I appreciate that. I get all my news from Mamdani's TikTok at this point. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. And thank you for, I don't know if I could have done that. So that says a lot about you more than me.
$3 trillion worth of shipping goes through there every year. So it's just this place where all these countries and priorities are colliding.
喂，你好，这里不是国际海域吗？
菲律宾飞机，这里是中国海军，请你立刻改变你的航向，远离美利标，是否明白？
You guys nearly got shot out of the sky when you chartered a plane. One of the reasons why it's maybe not one of our most famous pieces, I believe it's the only piece ever that HBO pulled.
Red Bob Scoff, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5. We need to get out of this place because we are surrounded by the vessels.
We're just going to start like this. The man, the legend, the machine, Alex Waterfield, you were responsible for some of my favorite things.
Believe it or not, we are actually in Syria.
This is insane. It is. Okay.
As soon as I break through, gas will rush out, and you want to basically get it right down to the gas tube.
Okay.
Ready?
I appreciate that, Pinky. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
The big thing that I want to talk about today, I want to talk about a lot of stuff, but I want to talk about South China Sea because it's in the news.
A fresh maritime standoff is unfolding in the South China Sea. China and Taiwan are once again caught in a battle for control over the strategic waters.
Hey, Princess.
South China Sea,
Podcast resolution.
Like if there's the Ukraine.
Walaikum
or
assalam,
like
sir.
war in Iran, whenever we take our eyes off the ball,
welcome.
Then the Chinese start to do encirclement exercises, and they've stated they want to take over Taiwan. Taiwan makes most of the world's chips. It's a big geopolitical conundrum. We went there, and I want to say thank you for coming on, Alex Waterfield, the Inside Vice quasi podcast / show.
I'm happy to be here, and it's been fun just kind of thinking through everything I did at Vice, and I just want to tell you, man, those were the days. That was
those were the days.
That was the apex of what content can be, and I'll just forever be grateful to you for creating that opportunity for us.
Well, thank you. It was the apex of my life, and it's gotten steadily worse since then, and some of the best time.
Too much blokey backslapping for me. Hold on. Guys, I like these discussions.
I had with you on the road. One of them being, we went to the Philippines together, and we took crazy planes that stopped on the, with the hook on the aircraft carrier, and we took those.
We took the cod to land on the aircraft carrier, and the cod is just this fat, stumpy, chode-looking plane, and the reason it's like that is because it can stop. It can go from...
Oh, fat, stumpy, chode-looking plane.
I want to be a good boy.
200 miles an hour to 0 in like 5 seconds, which is what you need to land on an aircraft carrier. And I've got some photos. I shared them with Tim. Maybe you can throw them up. And you have to be super strapped in because it is like the G-force of stopping that quickly. So we got a full tour of American military hardware.
One of the issues with some streamers, and I understand it, is that they ban very quickly any viewpoints that they see as differing than theirs, but sometimes people are legitimately ignorant and need some awakening and education before they can have those epiphany moments. And sometimes it's better not to ban so quickly, unless, of course, they trolls or hateful total chuds. Yeah, I give people time. I give people time, even the most racist fucking people, you know? But the mods know. Like, if we've allowed them to speak and they still keep saying really dumb shit, they'll get blocked. And yeah, it's just like, I even allowed Krista, the German who had Nazi, like,
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
like the Krista lady who had like Nazi grandparents or something, like someone in her family tree was a Nazi. And she's coming in going, oh, why do you hate Kamala Harris and shit? I'm like, we gave her 3 lives, you know? No, not you. We gave her like 3 live streams to come in and, you know, express what her thoughts and stuff were. And every single time it was just so bad, bro. Like she didn't understand white supremacy, etc. It's like, what the fuck? But yeah, I mean, you got to let people talk, but then there's like, sometimes it just turns to fucking abuse. And I think my reactions have become a little bit more yelly because I've talked to so many people and it feels like I know people, but I do make mistakes, you know, like I do make mistakes.
Where that day?
I remember rented a plane.
It's notoriously difficult to see the Chinese artificial islands that they've been busy reclaiming in the South China Sea. Obviously, no one who isn't a Chinese citizen is allowed on those actual islands.
So that Izzy and you could go look at these Chinese islands. So for people who don't know, they had these like coral reefs that they then dredged and made into islands, and they made them into super high-tech air and naval bases that you're not allowed to go near.
We're 6 nautical miles away from...
Yeah, we're gonna be covering Ireland, Asena. We're also gonna be covering Kashmir. There's a lot going on, and I can tell you guys, a lot of what happens here and a lot of like the room that's given to people is because the mods are fucking awesome. Just want to say that. Shout out to the mods, because you guys give your time to this community, and I appreciate you, like incredibly appreciate you. You're incredible people.
The biggest land reclamation project in the South China Sea. You can see the extent to which the Chinese have been building down there. It's absolutely massive.
And so you chartered a plane and nearly got shot at by the Chinese Navy. What happened there?
Well, so our goal with this piece, because the South China Sea is just this, you know, it's one of the most important bodies of water in the world. $3 trillion worth of shipping goes through there every year. And it includes,
really, Holly?
You know, the countries that all are connected to it are.
It's been good to see you, you know. It's been good to see you the last few days. I felt like there was a huge break between you coming to the live before. I gathered that you were busy. But it's good to see familiar, like, really, the OGs, you know? Your hours got so wonky. Oh, that sucks.
China, Taiwan, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, and of course, the US also has strong opinions about what should be going over there. So it's just this like place where all these countries and priorities are colliding. And what we wanted to do was kind of explore what is actually going on there from 3 different perspectives: from the American perspective, which we did, getting on that aircraft carrier, the Filipino perspective, and the Chinese perspective. So we went to all those places. And what we did with Izzy in the Philippines, because China claims the entire thing. They basically say the South China Sea belongs to us, which according to the UN is not a thing because nobody can own bodies of water.
Hey,
Oceans
Penn, welcome.
are for everybody. But China says, nope, this is all ours. Everything happening in here belongs to us. And so what they did to strengthen their claim was just start building artificial islands. They turned these coral reefs and little sand spits into, they dredge sand and turn them into basically giant military bases. So,
Nature Girl, welcome. We are listening to Vice inside, will World War III start in the South China Sea?
They're like, all right, if we can't own the ocean, we'll just build land there that didn't exist before, and then we claim that that's ours. So they're building these islands across the entire South China Sea, very close to the Philippines, where the Filipinos also own plenty of the islands, and it's just like it's a David and Goliath story.
I like the footage of the Filipino islands, which are sort of ramshackle shacks.
Is it dangerous for you guys to live here?
Natatakot po kami na mayroong mga barko dyan ng China, tapos may mga plane silang lumilipad kapag gabi. Yun lang po yung kinatatakutan namin.
You got a day off tomorrow? Nice local disruptor.
Na minsan sinasabi ka namin na kami yung ginagawang bala ba dito, kaya...
And then the Chinese islands, which you can't get as close to, are sort of high-tech military bases. But you took this plane, you chartered the plane. What happened when you chartered the plane?
Yeah, we wanted to see these artificial islands. Like nobody had really gotten any footage of them before. Again, that's why Vice was amazing. We were going to be the first people to like get footage from the sky.
Hey, Rosanna, welcome.
That the Chinese were building, and just wanted to get some footage of it. So chartered a plane, started flying over the islands.
Oh shit. Do I play any video games? Yeah, I was playing Path of Exile for a while. Path of Exile 2. I'm trying to brainwash my son into, he's 5 by the way, into playing Dota 2. So I'm trying to coach him. I only play games that my son plays now. I only play games that my son plays. I think you get to an age where when you have kids and stuff, it's they are the bosses, you know.
There's a Navy vessel.
There's a Navy vessel?
Yeah.
China's Navy vessel?
Yeah.
And as we're getting closer, we get
Roblox Mafia is the goat.
a message
Nice.
on the radio on the airplane.
为美机交西北特长菲律宾飞机，我是中国海军，为避免误判，请表明你的意图。
Yo, Dane!
民用班机你好。
What up, Dane? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in ages. How you doing? Yeah, same. I love playing Monster Jam and Beam with my son. Nice. Yeah, our son loves Minecraft and all the like Plants vs Zombies and stuff as well.
我是中国海军啊。
Saying, turn around now, you're in Chinese airspace, which is basically like, if you don't turn around, we're going to blow you out of
shoot you.
It's good to see you,
and
bro.
Isabel,
It's good to
the
see you.
correspondent, of course,
Hope
did
you've been
not
keeping
want
well.
to let it go that easily. She started like confronting them over the intercom.
喂，你好，这里不是国际海域吗？
啊，菲律宾飞机，这里是中国海军，请你立刻改变你的航向，远离美济礁，是否明白？ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're there 5.
She's tough. She's tough.
Yeah, she was like, well, this is actually international airspace because we're over international waters. And this poor guy giving the award, who I don't think was an expert on.
Also, the poor guy, I think, was your Filipino pilot.
Yes.
Because he was like,
yes,
he was like, we're getting out of here. And Izzy was, this is international. And he was like, tell them again that we're leaving.
We need to get out of this place because we are surrounded by the vessels.
We need to get out?
Yeah, for our safety first.
你好，这里是一个民航班机，我们现在离开了。
Yeah, they at a certain point, Izzy was
Holy
trying to have
shit.
like a deep conversation with this guy, and the pilots were like,
Your white male privilege is still under attack, but otherwise good. Well, just don't go rioting like those people in Belfast, okay? Don't go join pogroms.
no, we're getting out of here.
On my next question, I have just a Chinese Bond villain, because there was this super smug head of the South China Sea representative who was just, I mean, I loved him. He looked great.
南海，这是用习近平主席讲的话，是老祖宗留下来的遗产。
So there we are.
But he was terrifying because he was so sure. He's like, yeah, China's going to win. This is ours. Taiwan's going to be ours. When you listen to him, you're like, oh, this is an inevitability.
What does everybody think? South China Sea, obviously massively contested. what's happening in Belfast? Oh, a Sudanese guy committed a horrific crime and was threatening to behead somebody. So Tommy Robinson and all of those people got on social media and, you know, all the anti-immigrant rhetoric. And basically these white supremacist people were going around burning brown people's houses down and, you know, burning cars and all of this stuff. Brown and black people houses. It's pretty bad. We'll go through it in a bit. But it's really bad.
And what was it like going to China and seeing, first of all...
The problem with stuff like that is when white people commit crimes, it's about the individual. But when a brown person or a black person commits crimes, it's about the whole community. You can see it with Islam. You can see it with Sikhs. You can see it now with the Sudanese people. It's never about an individual, right? It's about a group. It becomes about the whole group. That's the problem, and that's what's happening in these countries. Like, they're just waiting for an excuse to go burn down houses and all of this stuff. So, did you see the largely symbolic condemnation of Israeli settlers by NZA? Yeah. I've got that story in the pipeline. But yes, I did, Dane. This is the one, right? The 6 countries sanction enablers of settler violence. It's stupid. Doesn't stop anything. But yeah, that's the big issue right now is in the UK. Hey Jennifer, welcome. Yeah, it's a big problem across Europe, across Western nations at the moment. Is this view that if one person from a community commits a crime, it's all of them. And also, sometimes it's just skin color. Like the Sudanese guy got called Somali, you know, like all sorts of weird conflations. And yeah, I mean, people commit horrific crimes, bro. If black and brown people were on the streets every time like a white person committed a crime, we'd never fucking sleep. We'd just be walking around our whole lives, you know, protesting white people. It's like it would be nonstop. So we've just got to be clear that there is state-sponsored violence, and that is committed against groups, state-sponsored racist violence, and then there's just randos. You don't get enough sleep now, mate. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, the Chinese militia, you know, they made this sort of paramilitary quasi-navy to sort of police the South China Sea, but also meeting like the Chinese government and hearing what they had to say, I thought was very interesting as well. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so...
so this is in Northern Ireland, or as the Irish call it, Ireland. And Northern Ireland is... they've got a lot of, you know, pro king and country douchebags. Yeah, exactly, Maria. I saw your name pop up, Maria. I was waiting for you to say something. I love it. Loyalist cucks, yeah.
The expert that we went to interview, who, you know, again, the difference between Chinese government, Chinese academic experts, it's a little murky. But you know, he wanted to make the case for why the South China Sea belongs to China and always has, and he shows us this like tatty old map from like the 1700s that shows it's like a dotted line of Chinese territory.
Good morning and fuck Israel.
All the way around the ocean to the borders of all these other countries, and he's like, "Look, here you go.
There you go, proof."
So this map from 1935, is that sufficient enough to prove China's historical claims?
I think so.
But why is it, do you think, that a lot of international community rejects these claims and rejects these maps?
I don't think our international community rejects.
Some international community. Why do you think?
Mainly the United States.
Apparently, if you have an old map, you can just claim whatever ocean you want. But he was just adamant that it's Chinese sovereign territory. And the interesting thing about the folks that we met there, we assumed that the kind of paramilitary.
Well, Israel does that. Based on a 3,000-year-old book, actually, Israel does it with
Chinese people who are kind of patrolling the water.
Yeah, so if the United States says, oh, you can't just claim stuff because of a map, and then Israel's like claiming shit based on a 3,000-year-old book, and then the U.S. is like, oh, yeah, Judea, Samaria,
There's, were, that it was kind of a job, but it was very clear how patriotic the Chinese people are about it. They were very, very adamant and believed strongly that this does belong to China and it's these other countries that are encroaching. So it's really, been messaged powerfully to the people, I think, that this is our right to have this ocean. It comes from a genuine sort of belief.
This is why consistency of international law matters so much. Consistency of international law is what sets the precedent. I mean, if you're gonna shit on China for what it's saying about Taiwan, then you've got to, you've got to do the same with Israel. You've got to do the same with people claiming land based on just insane shit. You can't just point at one nation and, I mean, it used to be like that. But after October the 7th, I think a lot of the world woke up to what the West is actually like, how propaganda works. And a lot of people who weren't even paying attention, like me, I'll tell you this, a lot of people who weren't paying attention now understand that when America says, oh, that country bad, it's projection. So unless and until international law is consistent, how the fuck can America, say what it does? Because there is asymmetry in the world. Because white supremacy, 600 years of just human suffering is what white supremacy has done, right? So that asymmetry needs to be taken into consideration.
这里的人去的那个南海多吗？
是啊，我今天说他说他的
The movement from TikTok to Redbook was epic here.
都说南海属于他们的国家。
南海是中国的，都在那边捕鱼，不是我们这些水的。
那为什么现在那个中国在南海建岛？
那干嘛要去中国的领土？干嘛不可以在那？
Yeah, exactly, Asana.
What an incredible piece. One of the reasons why it's maybe not one of our most famous pieces is I believe it's the only piece ever that HBO pulled. We did the exercises with the Marines and the Filipino military. We did the aforementioned aircraft carriers. You guys nearly got shot out of the sky when you chartered a plane. By God, what a budget HBO had. Chartered a plane to go over the islands. You went to China. We got experts. And because China exerts so much political power, HBO got scared and said, let's pull the...
Irish were slave to US and Jamaica. No, not quite, Raymond. It wasn't particularly slavery. Yeah, Irish people were second-class citizens in the Caribbean and in the US, but Irish people were allowed to own land and property. Irish people enslaved black people. So there was a hierarchy, Raymond. So Irish people can't just, wash away their past either. They can't just wash away their past. I just want to be clear that Irish people owned black slaves too. And this is a documented thing. Yeah, they were sold, but that's not the only thing that makes you a slave, princess. They were sold, but they were allowed to own land and also were allowed to enslave black people. Literally. This is how it worked in the Caribbean. So maybe you can call them indentured labor.
I think it was because of CNN as well. They said, let's pull the the show, and I think that was the first time they did that with us, and it was devastating because I loved it.
Yeah, that was that was a bummer, and you know we.
Oh, Dane. Nice. There were, what sort of slaves did they own, Jeremino? What sort of slaves did black slave owners own? Tell me again.
We put the whole thing together. It was like a 40-minute special. And you know, a couple of days before it's going on TV, all of a sudden it's not. And you know, I can't say for sure what went down, but I remember, you know, just Googling HBO China that day when the mysteriously got pulled, and it was like HBO launches in China in, you know, next days, and I was like, oh, okay,
it was HBO in China, and I believe CNN.
Yeah, people get surprised. Like, people think it's like it's like some sort of gotcha when they say black people own slaves. There have been collaborators. There have been collaborators in every country. I mean, I call Indians who collaborate with white supremacy house curries, right? The thing is, who made the demand? Who created the demand? That's what you have to ask yourself. Who created the demand? And that will answer who were part of the, you know, power structure. Those are the people who create the demand.
And was doing something in China, and they were like, they can't put this up because we were telling the truth. But it was, I mean, China to this day, they recently now, because of the Ukraine and more.
By the way, Lisa, yeah, what Lisa says is right. They were indentured. This is about Irish. They were indentured and could eventually buy or work off their freedom. This is not the same as chattel slavery. Yeah. And the other thing about Irish people in the US, when 1776 happened, Irish people were considered part of the umbrella of whiteness that fought against Britain. So how white people were able to fight against the British occupation, I guess you can call it, the occupiers fighting each other, right? How they were able to do that was they united under the umbrella of whiteness, whether they were Spanish or Portuguese or German or British or Irish. It didn't matter. When they fought for independence, they merged under the umbrella of whiteness in order to fight Britain. And one of the main reasons they did that also was because Britain was looking to abolish, more like remodel slavery. But white people in America did not want to remodel slavery. They wanted to keep slavery. So, yeah, I mean, you can't just whitewash your history away by saying Irish were slaves. No, Irish people were very much active in slavery itself. But, yeah, Irish people were also mass murdered by Britain. It's just, let's be real here. Whiteness, the umbrella of whiteness stretched and contracted when it needed to.
More importantly, Iran are doing their encirclement exercises.
China has launched its most extensive and closest military drills around Taiwan, mobilizing naval, air, and ground forces.
It says it is launching live fire drills to simulate a blockade of Taiwan's key ports. The drills are happening 11 days after the US announced $11.1 billion in arms sales to Taiwan.
Building the size of their navy, they're moving lots of college students or university students into the military.
A good book to read about this is The Counter-Revolution of 1776. I've talked about that book before, by Gerald Horne. Great book. Read it, understand it. It's beautiful. It explains how slavery was actually one of the main reasons, or one one of the reasons why white people in the Americas, in the United States, rose up against Britain. It's such a compelling book. Incredible research. Amazing.
And putting lots of people on collective farms to grow more food, and a lot of people are making suppositions that China is, going to make an attempt on Taiwan at some point, which is geopolitical chaos of the 10th magnitude.
Can I connect the Taiwan situation to the South?
Yes, sir.
Sea? So what's happened in the South China Sea?
The book is called The Counter-Revolution of 1776. The Counter-Revolution of 1776. It's this one. The Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance and the Origins of the United States of America. Really good.
There are these established international norms that oceans don't belong to anybody and you can't build islands. And I think China just...
Do you think there's a comparable relationship between that and Irish people who were exploited, then they were happy to join the police force? So the police forces we have around the world is a very colonial model, right?
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You
understand that?
Hey, Burple, welcome. It's a very colonial model. These are colonial models that have been set up for state control, and it created a model for even people in their own countries would shoot each other. Like look at Bangladesh. What happened in 2024? Students rose up in Bangladesh, and Bangladeshi police were shot like over 1,300 of them. This is what the police force is about. It's about maintaining state power, but ultimately that state power, kia ora, Shippy, that state power right now is to maintain the system is to maintain the capitalist system. So like Sheikh Hasina and, Narendra Singh Modi, all of these people are upholding capitalism. And what you've got to understand is that capitalism itself is white embedded. Capitalism is embedded, or white supremacy is embedded in capitalism. And the reason why white supremacy is embedded in capitalism is modern day capitalism is an extension of European colonization. Everything about capitalism, all the institutions we have, the IMF, the World Bank, all of these sorts of institutions were set up by the colonizers, European colonizers. So what Europe did was it built a system. It built a system of oppression over 600 years. And over time, it just started to relabel it. It started to rebrand it. And one of the latest brandings is capitalism. And the reason why it's, you can kind of see that model is, look at how the world is, for example, described by the IMF, where Western nations and Western allies are called advanced economies, and the global South is called emerging economies. But think about that for a second. The IMF today models the world in that fashion. It models the world like that. But why did the world become like that in the first place? Why did the world become like that in the first place, right? Like, all our capitalist institutions are upholding European colonization and white supremacy. And unless and until we dismantle white supremacy we're going to get leaders in the global south like Sheikh Hasina. We're going to get leaders in the global south like Narendra Singh Modi, or in Africa like William Ruto, all of these like capitalists who are dependent on the West to do anything, or who make their countries dependent on the West because they don't want to fight against Western institutions. It's a sad state of affairs. It's fucking sad. But that's why the police force is a colonial model, because the police force in all of these countries uphold the power of the state, and the state upholds the system of capitalism. So ultimately, the police uphold the system of capitalism, right? And by definition, the police in any country is upholding white supremacy. So Europe created this model of continuing to extract wealth from the global south without having boots on the ground. Okay? That is the model we live in today, is that police power is about protecting capital. And wherever you see police, that's what they're doing. It's never working for the people. Even in China.
And there haven't been any consequences for it, and I think maybe that's, it's sort of like Russia taking Crimea as the first step and seeing like, did we get away with it? Oh, it looks like we did. That means let's push it further. So I think part of what happened, because there were no consequences to just building new land in the middle of an ocean and claiming the whole thing, like,
You can't stand garbage like this? Why the fuck did you come here then?
Guys, they did it. They built all these military bases and no one's really done anything about it. So, perhaps it's emboldened them to believe that there aren't actually too many consequences for these types of actions.
Well, it's like us in Iran. We bombed Iran and it was supposed to be World War III and nothing happened. So we said, hey, let's bomb them again. Or we went to Venezuela and, took Maduro, and the consequences were we get all the oil. So I think emboldened is right. But I wanted to get to a few other things. Is it true, there's a rumor, a myth, and an innuendo in the history of Vice that you were doing that story or some story, and you were in China doing some Bitcoin story, and there was, sort of Bitcoin miners all over the place and computers and fund mining, and it was when Bitcoin was at, I don't know, $5 or $50 or $100, and you could be a Bitcoin billionaire if you had sort of bought these Bitcoins while you were doing the shoot.
Yeah, perhaps my biggest regret during my time at Vice was when I went into a Bitcoin mine in a ramshackle town in China in 2014. I think Bitcoin was probably what, like $200 around then. And it was one of the first time ever anybody had gotten inside a Chinese Bitcoin mine. And it was just so old school. It was, 2,000 computers just with like fans blowing on them. It was so loud. We couldn't do the interview in there because it was deafeningly loud.
Too loud.
比特币的价钱不稳定，是因为目前还是在比特币发展的初期阶段，说白了还是在我们的挖矿期。我们愿意相信它的原因就是它是一种时代的趋势。
And at the end, he was like, "Hey, do you want to buy some Bitcoin? Like, I'll sell you some for a couple $100." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll buy a couple." And then he was like, "All right, well, you just need to get a digital wallet and you need to do all these steps." And I was just
too
like,
hard.
I don't understand. And I think about that man
all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so one of my favorite funny pieces, Vice used to do a lot of kind of sort of irreverent, funny things, and one of them being Rent a White Guy in China.
Exploration of what it means to be white in China. And the answer is you can make a pretty good living / life for yourself, even without any skills of any kind. Who you are, what your qualifications are, just having that white face is valuable.
My favorite quote was, "I deflowered the flowers."
Ooh, that's nice.
I slept with my flowers last night. I deflowered them.
He told us he would get.
How often do you go live? By the way, you. How often do you go live? I'll probably go live 5 times, 6 times a week.
Hired by Chinese companies that were going into negotiations with other Chinese companies, and all he had to do was show up to the meeting wearing a nice suit and then whisper something. It doesn't even matter what he's saying, just whisper something to one of the execs on their side, and then they'll continue the negotiations. I don't know exactly what that means, other than just having a white guy at the meeting
as an advisor.
As an advisor means you're serious, I guess.
Just peak Vice, funny as hell. Alex Waterfield, best and worst memory of shooting or Vice in general. I know you laughed with some kerfuffle about, I think, the biggest joint ever.
Approximately what time? At 7 p.m. New Zealand time.
Yeah, I don't know if that can actually work as both the best and the worst. I after the HBO show, I ended up being head of digital video, like basically in charge of all YouTube content. And one of the producers had an idea to try and break the world record for the world's heaviest joint and live stream them smoking it on 420. So I'll always remember the day this worked out. It was like April 20th. They wanted to live stream roll it. The previous world record was like a 7-pound joint. They were like, let's roll an 8-pound joint. And I just said, yeah, okay. Why not? They were going to shoot it in LA, and at that time weed was legal in LA. I was like, oh, it'll be fine. But yes, apparently it was an issue to have 8 pounds of weed delivered to the Vice office. Even though technically it's legal, you're not allowed to have that amount of weed without like a distribution license. So yeah, I ended up getting fired from Vice for a weed related stunt, which definitely wouldn't have happened under your tenure at Vice. So
yeah, to be clear, that was after I had left day-to-day operations.
But yeah, so it was the worst moment because my time at Vice came to an end, but it was best because it let me start my next chapter and move on to other things, and still get to look back so fondly on all the awesome shit that we got to do.
An 8-pound joint.
Well, you're sorely missed. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times for me, for you, for a bunch of people. But you were the best of the best. Alex Waterfield, my hero. Thanks for doing the show, and let's keep in touch, brother.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it.
That's a big spliff, everybody. If you didn't know, an 8-pound joint is a massive fucking spliff. I wouldn't know because I do not smoke weed. Well, that's because I still think the crack epidemic in the USA was a CIA op. Yeah, I mean... No, not Kepper. No, don't Kepper me. All right. That was nice. It was a bit of circle jerking, but it was good. I like Vice sometimes. The widest kids you know sketch is sketch is legendary. The widest kids you know sketch is legendary. One of the best shows on HBO. Yeah. Oh, the widest kids you know sketch is legendary. Yeah. Okay. So I want to show you guys this. I'm not smoking an 8-pound joint either. Kappa. So Zach Polanski has been pissing off Israel. Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party, who also happens to be Jewish. Who is also a Jewish person. And yeah, I think the pro-Israeli people are struggling to attack him. They're struggling to attack him because he's coming up with policies and talking points that they just don't know how to respond to. Now, he's not Zionist, no. And this is one of them. And Declassified is reporting on it. This is fire. Listen to this.
More than 2,000 British nationals have served in the Israeli army amid the Gaza genocide. But the UK government has no systems in place to monitor if they were involved
nice
in war
prosthetic.
crimes. After we uncovered this scandal, Declassified launched a petition calling for the British authorities to introduce checks on IDF soldiers entering the UK. 20,000 of you have signed our petition so far, suggesting that this is quite a reasonable and popular demand. But pro-Israel groups have reacted to this petition very differently.
Bro, what is with this camera? There's just a random dude sitting here. I feel so uncomfortable all of a sudden. Why is there a random guy on the screen? What's happening?
Claiming it's anti-Semitic and that its demands are tantamount to compiling a list of Jews. This is despite one of the most prominent signatories being Zach Polanski, the only Jewish leader of a major political party in Britain.
Kia ora, Prof.
Joining me now to discuss this is my colleague John McAvoy. John, your research is at the heart of this petition. Have you been surprised by some of the reactions to it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been astonished by some of the responses, to be honest. I mean, we've had in the Telegraph an article authored by Stephen Pollard, effectively alleging that Polanski wants to create a list of Jews. Stephen Pollard is a major media figure in the UK, former editor-in-chief of the Jewish Chronicle, subsequently editor-at-large. Before that, he worked as a parliamentary researcher for an MP in the Labour Party. So he's been, in the political and media sphere in the UK for, I think, many decades now. We've had Sarah Vine and journalist Hadley Freeman kind of suggesting or making even jokes that Polanski's campaign is akin to asking Jews to wear yellow.
I never looked at you that way. How do you mean, Anna? I don't smoke weed, by the way.
Armbands or armbands with the Star of David on them, i.e., reminiscent of the Holocaust.
And Sarah Vine, of course.
By the way, there's nothing wrong if you do, use it wisely. But I'm just saying. No, just a guy sitting there in front of the screen doing what?
Is the ex-wife of Michael Gove, the former cabinet minister. And who's Hadley Freeman?
Hadley Freeman, former Guardian writer, now writes for the Sunday Times. So really quite prominent figures in the media world in the UK. So while the right-wing press in Britain has been conflating Jews everywhere with the IDF, it has simultaneously been publishing what seem to many people like incredibly anti-Semitic caricatures of Zach Polanski, which some people on social media have said recall Nazi propaganda. One of the other incredibly concerning things that I saw on social media was somebody using the Jewish author Michael Rosen's book, We're Going on a Bear Hunt, and they changed it to Zach Polanski and Mothin Ali with the title, We're Going on a Jew Hunt. And so kind of disgusting was this framing of the campaign and Zach Polanski's signature on it that Michael Rosen actually felt compelled to respond to this. Because here you have a Jewish children's author, you have the only Jewish leader of a major political party seemingly being caricatured themselves as anti-Semites. Something's clearly gone quite wrong here.
And these seem like quite serious attacks on Declassified's journalism, and I think some people who aren't familiar with this playbook might take this quite seriously and it might lower their opinion of Declassified. But what's been the reaction of people on social media on average, would you say?
Yeah, I think the vast majority of the British public responding to this, and the international commentators as well, have basically said that this response, this furious response from Pollard and others, really amounts to anti-Semitism itself, right? Because not only are these figures conflating Jews everywhere with Israel, which is commonly, and for good reason, accepted as anti-Semitic, they are equating Jews everywhere with the IDF. So they're going one step further than what you might describe as classical anti-Semitism. And these are people who are doing it supposedly in the name of fighting anti-Semitism, which I think makes it even more dangerous, the way that they are trying to attack this campaign. And fundamentally, it's worth recalling that the reason that they are doing this is in effect to protect the IDF and to protect Britons who have gone to serve in an army that has been committing genocide for the past 2.5 years.
What I find so bizarre about these attacks is they're acting like we've singled out the IDF. And actually, if you look at declassified journalism ever since we started, we've always been investigating the issue of British nationals serving in foreign militaries that commit war crimes. My own work into the British mercenaries that went and fought in Sri Lanka in the 1980s, that led to a Met Police war crimes investigation, the first ever Met Police war crimes investigation into British mercenaries. We've done so much investigating of British nationals working for BAE Systems, the arms company that were then seconded to the Saudi Air Force during the war in Yemen and were arguably complicit in war crimes there. So the idea that we're singling out Israelis and therefore we're making a list of Jews, I just find so absurd. And
is weed legal in New Zealand? No.
Insulting. Do you think we've hit a nerve here in the sense that they are worried that this could lead to prosecutions of British nationals who fought in Gaza?
Yeah, I think we've certainly hit a nerve, and I think we've hit a nerve precisely because what we are calling for is the upholding of international law. Now, in January 2024, the International Court of Justice put all member states of the UN on notice that there was a plausible risk that the Palestinians in Gaza were being subjected to genocide. Shortly thereafter, the UN Commission of Inquiry re-emphasised that January 2024 ruling put member states, including Britain, on notice of their obligation to prevent and punish genocide. Now, what that should have entailed is the UK government preventing its own nationals from travelling to Israel and participating, facilitating an ongoing live genocide. The UK government did not do that. When they returned to the UK, did they investigate them? Did they even collect any data on who was going and who was coming back? No. So the UK government has done virtually nothing by way of its international obligations to prevent this genocide. As a matter of fact, when the F-35 case went to court, the Al-Haq case, what the UK government argued in court was that its obligation to prevent genocide is only triggered once a competent authority has declared that.
Do you think Peter Thiel leaving the US is good or bad news for the US? I don't think it matters. I mean, I don't think it matters where it lives. He can still do evil shit remotely, Katie.
A genocide has taken place. What that effectively means is that the UK government withdrew altogether from any obligation to prevent genocide, because what's the point in preventing something once it's already been proven to have happened, right? So the UK government has effectively inverted its obligations under international law when it comes to the genocide in Gaza.
And we spoke to Andrew Feinstein, the veteran anti-apartheid activist, to get his view on the backlash to this petition. This is what he had to say.
To suggest that these people should now have to wear yellow armbands referencing the yellow star that my mother had to wear as a Holocaust survivor in Vienna trivializes what happened to the Jews during the Second World War and attempts to equate a call for justice, for participation in a genocide, with being victims of a Holocaust. This is deeply, deeply offensive.
So that
what? Crazy.
That was Andrew Feinstein there. And John, you've mentioned that some of the media attacks are trying to claim that the petition calls for compiling a list of Jews. For people who haven't actually read the petition themselves, what does it actually call for?
Yeah, it makes three very simple demands, firmly in the public interest and in line with international law, which is A, just collect data on who's going to participate in a live genocide and who from the UK is returning. 2, to implement a disclosure agreement, so when they return to the UK, if they have fought for the
welcome.
IDF, they disclose to the authorities that they have done so. And 3, to ask the UK government to conduct robust and independent investigations in line with domestic and international law with regards to potential complicity in war crimes and crimes against humanity.
And have you seen similar demands made in other countries?
Yeah, so the Hague Group, which is a group of 40 states that have formed together to pressure, international law to be upheld and for justice for Palestinians, have called for these exact measures led by the Colombian government of Gustavo Petro and the South African government as well, which led the initial ICJ complaint. And since we've launched our petition, we've seen a politician in Australia also make these very same demands.
There are at least 502, as at March of last year, who have been potentially engaging in war crimes or crimes against humanity in Gaza.
Yeah, Peter Thiel does have a New Zealand citizenship, yes.
So I think one of the concerns for pro-Israel figures,
he paid for it,
both in the UK and elsewhere, is that these kinds of petitions, demands, become transnational. Because as we revealed in our previous article that showed 2,000 British Israelis had served in the IDF amid the genocide, it wasn't just Britons. I mean, there was many thousands from the US, Germany, Russia, and many other, France as well. They were the main countries, I believe. Yeah, and I mean, the whole reason that, we have intervened in this issue, organisations like the Hindri Ard Foundation have intervened on this issue, is because states, the UK and elsewhere, are not upholding international law. So it's going into the hands of media organisations, legal organisations like HRF, or lawyers to issue private arrest applications under universal jurisdiction legislation.
And as we've long pointed out at Declassified, the UK has no law on the statute.
What time and days do you go live? I go live like 5 or 6 times a day, 6 times a week, from 7 p.m. New Zealand time, Sasika. Like I'm live almost every day.
Books preventing British people serving in foreign forces, which partly creates this situation that we're in. And there's also no monitoring when we've done freedom of information requests to the UK government about the number of Brits serving in the IDF. Initially, they said they didn't know, and then they came back with a sort of best guess, which was around 100. And then when an Israeli lawyer made a request in Israel to the IDF, it turned out the true number was actually more than 2,000. And so now the question is, well, who were those 2,000 people and what did they do?
Yeah, exactly. And while it seems that there's absolutely no political will in the UK to not only investigate these individuals, but even figure out who they are, you can see the kind of two-tier policing when it comes to domestic opposition to the genocide. For example, groups like Palestine Action, the first direct action organisation in British history to be prescribed as a terrorist organisation.
You don't get notified? I don't know what's going on, Sasika. Like, TikTok has given this live like a really high rating. Out of 100, TikTok rates this live like 98. And I don't know why my live doesn't get, you don't get notified of the live.
Next week, there are 4 activists who may be sentenced as terrorists. The first time that protest-related activity may be sentenced as terrorists. So you can see how the British state is putting a lot of resources, a lot of pressure, and a lot of effort into prosecuting activists in the UK, while at the same time, seemingly no effort is being put into investigating individuals who may have participated in a live stream genocide.
Thanks again, John, for all the research and investigations that you've done into this issue. If you want to support independent investigative journalism, please head to declassifieduk.org/join, where you can become a member. And
if I can request everybody here to go, if you haven't already, go follow Declassified UK, because these people are doing incredible work. They have, revealed so much about the genocide so much about the complicity of the UK government in genocide. I just think, and we consume their content a fair bit as well. Show them some love. If you can help them by giving them cash, do it. Subscribe to their thing, do it. Because, man, I have consumed a lot of their content. And, just go subscribe, minimum. Do it. Because these are the types of outlets that are going to give us the real information. Honestly. When mainstream media fails us, these are the type of organizations that will continue putting out stuff like this. It's so important. Declassified UK on YouTube. Go find them on YouTube. They have a website as well. They have everything. They're amazing. Such a great resource. Okay, so I want to talk about Palestine just a little bit. So there's this article. So there's this article by Al Jazeera that was released today. Israel preventing more than 16,500 Palestinians from accessing medical treatment. Israel has systematically destroyed Gaza's healthcare system since launching its genocidal war in October 2023. Gaza's health ministry has accused Israel of preventing more than 16,500 Palestinians in need of medical treatment abroad from leaving the besieged, war-torn enclave despite a nominal ceasefire being in place since October last year. The ministry warned in a statement on Tuesday that Israel was killing patients with delays after its genocidal war on the enclave killed nearly 73,000 Palestinians since October 2023. The dire situation highlights the plight of the enclave's healthcare system, with United Nations experts and aid groups have accused Israel of systematically destroying in an attempt to make Gaza uninhabitable. According to authorities in Gaza, Israel has been restricting the number of people leaving the enclave for medical treatment. The Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt was partially reopened by Israel at the beginning of February after nearly 2 years of closure. Since then, Israel has temporarily closed the crossing on several occasions. Maher Shamia, the acting undersecretary of Gaza's health ministry, said authorities were only allowing Palestinians to use it to leave the territory 3 days a week, while allocating just 1 day a week for medical evacuations at the Karem Abu Salem crossing, which connects Gaza to Israel. The occupation bears full responsibility for this crisis due to its continued closure of the Rafah border crossing, the main gateway for patients to leave, Shamia said. This is going to be just, what do you call it? It's going to be subtitles, so I'll keep reading this. Shamia called on human rights organizations to exert pressure on Israel and force the authorities to allow Palestinians to freely exit and re-enter Gaza. He added that the majority of patients could be treated locally if and when the territory's healthcare infrastructure is rebuilt, which Israel has also been accused of hindering. We emphasize that a large portion of patients can be treated inside the Gaza Strip if the health sector, which has been systematically destroyed, is rehabilitated and prepared. Gaza is in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, which has been compounded by the lack of aid entering the territory. Almost 90% of the population remains displaced, with most experiencing high levels of food insecurity. On Tuesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on Israel to immediately reopen all crossings into Gaza and allow humanitarian aid to enter without restrictions. honest question, why doesn't Egypt open the border at Rafah? Well, Dandykins, because Israel would start bombing Egypt as well. And Egypt is complicit in this genocide too. So it's oh, thank you, Christatic. Thank you. Egypt is very much complicit in all of this. On Tuesday, okay. I'm also deeply concerned by Israel's decision to close crossings into Gaza and reiterate my call for the immediate reopening of all crossings to ensure the rapid, safe, and unhindered passage of humanitarian assistance at scale throughout Gaza, Guterres said. You know, one of the most evil things that I have seen over the last 3 years is the UN's statements about Gaza, you know, urging and worrying and all of this. But the lack of actually being able to do anything. Like Guterres here will make a statement and say, you must open all crossings. But the UN has no impact, has zero impact. It is an organization that's there to show opposition to what's happening, but they can't act. They can't do anything. It's so evil. You know, at least Israel says, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to continue to block it. We know the evil that's caused by Israel. We know it. We can see it. But the UN pretends to be just, but enables so much of the mass atrocities that are happening by being powerless. It's a ruse. The UN is a ruse. The UN is controlled opposition. And the UN is there to make people feel like there is a safety net. I think the US does more to allow these things to happen than any other organization. Because it's all optics with the UN. And I think that's just incredibly evil. That's one of the most evil things, guys. That is by design, Noisy. If your funding and veto rights belong to global north countries, it is intentionally being rendered feckless. Yeah. This inaction predates Gaza. It has been a feature of many geopolitical conflicts. I think even more than just saying the global north, I think we should call out America. America runs the UN. It's America that runs international institutions. It's America. Europe is spineless, right? Like Europe used to be the hegemon and lost control to America after World War II, more so after the Cold War. It's America, guys. People keep saying, you know, Israel controls America and Jews control America, or whatever. It's the other way around. America controls all of these things. America controls Europe now. Because if Europe says no, Donald Trump will just stop funding Europe. Like, it's insane. It is America. Reconstruction of Gaza. Trump is a puppet. Bro, it's not, it didn't start with Trump, Rogue Dragon. Europe, it didn't start with Trump. No, it isn't Zionism, buddy. It's not Zionism. It's white supremacy. It's Donald Trump is just a symptom of a larger imperialist problem. See, this is what I mean. Like people like these people here, they want so bad to be, you know, someone else. They want it so badly to be someone else. It's the simplest answer. America controls or has been controlling all of these different institutions. Fuck, bro. Stop, man. You don't know your history. Go watch Zionism from Herzl to Gaza. You must love those paychecks. No. Don't mute him. Don't mute him. Bring him back. Bring them back. I want to talk to them. Bro, do you think Zionism, do you really think Zionism caused the murder of the Congo? Do you think Zionism caused the mass murder of 10 million people in the Congo? Do you think Zionism caused the mass murder of my ancestors in India? Do you think Zionism caused transatlantic slavery? These people are just so idiotic. Is this a response to somewhere else than on Twitch? Yeah, it's on TikTok. Sentenced as terrorists for destroying drones that literally kill children. Like, it's so easy for these people. I think there are a bunch of Americans. I think there are a bunch of Americans and a bunch of Europeans, white supremacists, who have not acknowledged what white supremacy has done to the world. It's too convenient, right? It's too convenient. They can just blame it on the Zionists. Was it Zionism that put 800 US military bases around the world? Did Zionism invade Korea? Exactly. And this is what these people will never ever admit, right? It's obviously there has to be someone mind controlling, and so someone has to be paying the checks. Like, these people are just fucked. I actually think sometimes there are these plants that come in, people, not like people who've been planted to cause this sort of rhetoric to happen. Like, they'll come in and I think they say something wildly anti-Semitic, like, you know, Hitler was right or whatever, or like this guy, Zionism runs everything. I think these people are doing that to discredit, like bring, yeah, they want to make communities, look anti-Semitic to the world, right? Look uneducated. Yeah, did Zionism genocide 3 million Bangladeshis? Exactly. Like, it's insane. The other question, Dandykins, is did Zionism kill 6 million Jews, right? It wasn't Zionism. It was, in fact, white supremacy. So, yeah, we got to be careful. Like, these people are, I think, same families down the century. Bro, go away. Idiotic. These are the real anti-Semites here. The real anti-Semites. So this guy goes, same families down the centuries. You won't admit this, or you won't, W-A-N-T, admit this, i.e. the globalists. Who he means is Jewish families, right? That this is what real anti-Semitism is. And what ADL and what Israel is doing is blurring the lines. They're blurring the lines by giving people like this, people who are outwardly anti-Semitic like this, they're giving them a space to exist. This is Israel's and the ADL's fault with their rhetoric of conflating pro-Palestine activism with these actual racist fascists, you know? It's sad, bro. It's so fucking sad. The real anti-Semites have received a lot of oxygen due to the liberals and the Zionist lobbies' attention paid to those who oppose settler colonialism. Yeah, exactly. They have ended up calling everybody anti-Semitic, you know? They've called everybody anti-Semitic who supports Palestine, and now no one ultimately knows like what the fuck anti-Semitism is. These people are nuts. Exactly, they want to weaponize anti-Semitism to justify the settler colony. Yeah. In April, the UN and European Union warned that human development in Gaza has been set back by 77 years and that more than 71 billion would be required for recovery and reconstruction. Both bodies said entire sectors had been devastated by Israel's attack, including housing, health, education, commerce, and agriculture. According to the joint assessment, more than 26 billion would be needed to restore essential services, rebuild critical infrastructure, and support economic recovery during the first 18 months.
After the war, this tent has become what Palestinian families here call a rehabilitation center. For 60-year-old Hikmat Udwan, who has Down syndrome, Israel's war cost him 2 years of rehabilitation. A setback, his family says, has affected his development.
When the center reopened, we enrolled him again. He resumed learning and receiving occupational therapy, special education, and help with basic skills, such as recognizing colors. His condition has improved. Hikmat, like every child, has the right to learn, to live, and to enjoy life just like any other child.
10-year-old Yaman Abul Khair is one of many children with autism in Gaza. His mother says even these simple activities are now one of the few forms of support
welcome.
The resources available now are extremely limited. What we really need are specialized centers to support and rehabilitate children with autism like my son. During the war, his condition worsened significantly, especially after Israel destroyed the centers. This may only be a tent, but for us, it's the last place of hope.
Once the only refuge for children with autism and Down syndrome, the association now struggles to continue its care.
Before the war, we had proper classrooms, computers and smartboards, and each class had only 5 children. Now all the children are gathered in a single tent. Occupational therapy, special education, and speech therapy are provided in the same crowded space. Families want their children to receive the support they need, and we want to offer better services, but our resources are severely limited.
For hundreds of children with special needs, the destruction of dedicated care centers is far more serious than losing access to education. It's also the loss of a safe space. Instead of classrooms, there are makeshift shelters and tents where families and teachers are trying to rebuild. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Khan Yunis, Gaza, Palestine.
Israel has carried out nearly daily attacks in Gaza despite a so-called ceasefire taking effect in October, while human rights groups have accused the country of limiting the amount of aid entering the territory. Under the deal between Israel and Hamas, which was brokered by the United States and regional leaders, about 600 trucks of aid are supposed to enter Gaza every day. Israel says it is allowing the agreed amount of aid to enter the territory, but Hamas disagrees and has accused Israel of deliberately hindering the delivery of vital supplies. Peace talks between the two sides have been stalled for months, and many key sticking points remain, including the disarmament of Hamas and the withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. Last week, Hussam Badran, a member of Hamas's political bureau, told Al Jazeera that the group was not going to hand over its weapons yet, saying that the fate of its military arsenal would be decided following comprehensive discussions with other Palestinian factions. A new round of talks began in Egypt on Sunday, with Hamas saying that Israeli attacks in Gaza must halt if any progress is to be made. Ugh. Okay, and this is Palestinians fighting off Israeli settler violence in Hebron. How the fuck do I turn the volume down? Sorry, guys. Hey, Ultra Camperist. Oh, wait. I said hi to you already. What was the Monka S for the volume? Apologies. Yeah, so Palestinians are kind of fighting back against settlers in the West Bank. Man, they're so fucking brave. Honestly, it's they know they're going in potentially and they'll never come back. They know it and they still go. Fuck. It's horrendous. 6 countries sanction enablers of settler violence in occupied West Bank. The UK, Australia, Canada, France, New Zealand, and Norway also say they will take further measures if Israel fails to address the situation on the ground. Why if it fails to address? What the fuck do you mean, man? This has been happening for decades. It has been happening for decades. The United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, France, New Zealand, and Norway have imposed coordinated sanctions targeting networks involved in financing, enabling, and carrying out settler violence against Palestinians in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The move on Tuesday came in response to record illegal settlement expansion and rising violence by settlers in the West Bank, according to multiple statements. With our British, Canadian, Australian, New Zealand, and Norwegian partners, we are today imposing new sanctions against those responsible for intensifying colonization and violence in the West Bank, French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot said in a post on social media. The fact that these guys are going, oh, that thing happening in the West Bank is so, like, it's disconnected from the state of Israel, that's how they're trying to make it seem, right? But if you're going to sanction what's happening in the West Bank, how the fuck do you not sanction the genocide? How do you not sanction Israel for committing genocide? This is just like, oh, look over there kind of thing. And the PA does nothing like all good collaborators. Yeah, exactly. The Palestinian Authority is all just collaborating. After issuing the new sanctions, the 6 Western countries warned that they were prepared to take further measures if the Israeli government failed to adequately address the situation on the ground. Barrot noted that France has also banned Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, 3 leaders of settler groups, and 21 settlers from entering the country over violence in the West Bank. Right now, they're just trying to do these things. Okay, so let me tell you what the pattern is, okay? When the genocide started after October the 7th, it was all statements, right? It became statements. It's like it was statement after statement after statement, and we were all like, okay, good. They're making statements. Now they're going to take action. It's like it's been that way. And they made statements to try and like buy more and more time. If you don't do this, in a few more weeks, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And then they bought more time. Now they're buying time with useless sanctions on those settlers who they should have sanctioned ages ago. Because we know those occupied territories are apartheid as it's been ruled by the ICJ. So the fact is, Europe is now, and all of these countries that have just put these basic ass sanctions, are buying more time so that they don't have to take real action against Israel. They're just waiting. Hoping that people will just forget. Israeli reaction. Israel's foreign ministry denounced the sanctions shortly after they were announced. Israel firmly rejects the disgraceful measures adopted by foreign governments against Israeli citizens, entities, and a government minister. Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman Oren Morstein said in a statement, "The real essence of these steps is the attempt to impose a political stance regarding the right of Jews to settle in the land of Israel and concerning the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, camouflaged as a measure against violence," added Morstein. But if the West continues to do this and enable this bullshit, it's just going to keep going. It's never ending. This is why the West is so complicit in all of this. Yeah, it's pretty unreal. 77 years of that shit. It's crazy. The UK government urged British businesses and citizens to refrain from conducting financial activities in Israeli settlements in the West Bank deemed illegal under international law. Wait. They're just urging British businesses? Why don't they make it a fucking policy? Why don't they make it illegal? Why don't they sanction companies doing business with illegal settlements? This is all so bullshit, bro. I have strengthened our business risk guidance to make it clear and unambiguous. If you are a British citizen or business, you should not conduct any economic and financial activities in illegal Israeli settlements, Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper told Parliament. We believe that violent settler groups should not be profiting from the land that they have seized from Palestinians, Cooper added, saying the Israeli government has condemned some settler violence, but that rings hollow when there is scant accountability. In a statement, the British government also repeated its call on the Israeli government to end settlement expansion, clamp down on settler violence, prosecute those responsible, and lift ongoing restrictions on the functioning of the Palestinian economy. Bro, how is this real? Like, they're acting like they just saw this. They're acting like they just looked over and then, oh shit, we didn't know that was happening. Not enough. Responding to the UK government announcement of the new sanctions, Amnesty International said they were a step, but they are not enough. If ministers are serious about sanctioning those who support and sponsor violence against Palestinian communities in the West Bank, they must act on the reality that settlements and settler violence are state policy. Exactly. Directed and funded from the top. Christian Benedict, Amnesty International UK's crisis response manager, said in a statement. The capture of Western governments by liberal Zionist Hezbollah is a key focal point of our battle against this shit. Yeah. I don't even think it's the capture. Like, I just think it's white supremacy. I think white supremacy is the reason for this, because colonizers are going to colonize. Targeting settler financing networks while the ministers who run this campaign face no consequences is no meaningful accountability. It leaves the architects untouched. The UK must sanction Benjamin Netanyahu, Orit Strock, and Israel Katz, as well as former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, he said. Benedict also called for the UK to ban all trade with settlements and halt cooperation and investment relations, enabling unlawful occupation and apartheid. In a similar reaction, Christian Aid, a British charity, said it is pathetic merely to advise British businesses against activity in illegal Israeli settlements when there are no real consequences for them. Yeah, this is what I was saying. It's insane. They're just saying, oh, you don't do any business with them. How is that effective? The UK government must ban all trade and investment with Israeli settlements before Palestine is erased entirely, Jennifer Larby, Christian Aid's head of UK influencing, said in a statement. Yeah. Hundo. Did you see that? An IDF soldier helping them?
The return of the sausages, the hostages.
Ella, thank you so much for becoming a super fan. Oh shit. Fuck's sakes, man. So fucking, it's insane. Israel rejects charges that its troops protect settlers during attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank, saying such actions are rogue incidents that violate military protocol and are investigated. An inquiry by the United Nations has found that Israeli authorities were directly involved in settler attacks that have killed, injured, and displaced Palestinians in the West Bank, while Israeli forces provided protection for settlers. Under Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the UK has paused free trade talks with Israel and suspended some arms export licenses. Like France, the UK also has imposed sanctions on far-right Israeli cabinet minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. Last year, the UK joined allies, including France and Canada, in recognizing a Palestinian state. It's got to, like, how can they're just doing everything? They're doing everything. They're doing everything to avoid sanctioning Israel. Everything in their power. They're taking every action to avoid sanctioning Israel. Nuts. Yeah, the West is pro-genocide. Of course it is. The West is built on genocide. The West is built on genocide. Like, this is the realization for so many people in the West right now, that what Israel is doing is literally what the West is enabling them to do. And what Israel is doing, the West has done for hundreds of years. This is why you get idiots like the person who came into chat later asking me if I was enjoying my paycheck. Those are the idiots who just aren't acknowledging that the West is fundamentally evil. Same for the UAE. The UAE is funded by the West, dude. 60% of the arms that go to the UAE go from America. The UAE is bought and paid for by the West. The UAE is subservient to the West. The UAE is like Israel. So the West just has proxies in the region. But they should assist with Gaza more. What, the UAE? UAE doesn't give a fuck about human life, especially in Gaza or Sudan. They're funding the RSF in Sudan to commit genocide on the Sudanese people. Like, they don't give a shit. UAE doesn't care. They would love to have Gaza completely eradicated. That's the insane part about this whole thing. Okay. So that was so Iran, Israel, America, Palestine section of the live. Hey Alice, welcome. Now we're going to move on to sort of like a bit of a broader section. The security state is expanding from borders to public health. And we're going to start this one off with Belfast. We're going to start this one off with Belfast and everything that's happening in Belfast, okay?
Man in his 40s remains...
Mods, I suspect we're going to have people come into chat who are raging bigots. So let's just keep that in mind. If raging bigots do come in and start saying stupid shit about, my skin color or whatever, you can ban them. But if they ask a dumb question, if they say something stupid, it's not overtly racist, and it's a point that I can speak about. Please let them dig their own grave, okay?
In hospital with serious
Mia.
face and back injuries. As you can see, smoke rising from the streets of Belfast tonight, a number of properties now, and earlier vehicles, including a bus, set alight this evening, with protesters also throwing stones at police. Earlier, police and political leaders had called for calm on the streets. Northern Ireland's Chief Constable had urged people not to be duped into violent disorder, asking them to allow the criminal justice process to take its course. He added, where there are any concerns about immigration, let's have those through a political debate. And tonight, the Police Service of Northern Ireland have issued a new statement saying that sporadic pockets of disorder have broken out in a number of locations across Northern Ireland this evening, including incidents in which a number of vehicles have been set on fire.
Now, do you guys... Okay, so let me just give you some context on what's going on in Ireland. So there was a Sudanese man who threatened... who committed a heinous crime and threatened to behead someone, a Sudanese person, right? So after that crime was seen, and you know what's happened with this other crime in the UK, right? Where a kid was stabbed, Henry Nowak, I think his name is. Yeah, he tried to behead, yeah. He didn't even do it, but yeah, he tried to. Henry Nowak, where a Sikh guy stabbed him and the police arrested the guy who was stabbed and he ended up dying. So Tommy Robinson and his crew have stirred up these white supremacist groups. And after what happened with that Sudanese guy, these white supremacist groups have gone into neighborhoods with brown and black people, and they've started lighting their houses on fire. And they've started... These are pogroms. These are pogroms. They're carrying out pogroms. They're setting houses on fire. There's even reports of people being killed. Like I saw someone say that a black man was killed. Yeah, insane.
We're urging everyone to remain calm, act responsibly, and avoid any activity that could place themselves or others at risk. Officers are on the ground working
It's looking like the West Bank, isn't it?
alongside partner agencies, responding to incidents as they arise. And
That was obviously a conflation. It's not anything like the West Bank, but this is what settler violence looks like.
helping to keep
It's
people
very
safe.
similar,
We
isn't
are again appealing for calm and ask all voices of influence within local communities to encourage peaceful protest. And
Sophie, are you talking about this? This is in Northern Ireland. I know Irish people are going to say it's Ireland, but just to be clear, this is in Belfast.
discourage any involvement in violence or disorder. Well, let's head then to Belfast and bring in our correspondent Dan Whitehead, who is there for us tonight. Certainly, right at the start of this, Dan, we saw bins set on fire, then a bus. Now, from our aerial pictures, we've seen a house on fire.
They're protesting immigration. They want to protest immigration. I saw a post on X. I don't know how real that is, but I'm just seeing things pop up that people have been hurt / one guy killed.
A retail space smoking with flats above it. You know, what is the sense from where you are of the atmosphere there this evening?
The sense is that the tension is building as the night goes on, and the sense is that there are pockets of violence erupting. We are on Lower Newtownards Road in the east of the city, around 1.5 miles away from the attack around 24 hours ago. You can see just down the road, if we look, this is where that bus was on fire an hour or so ago. That has now been put out. You can see next to us here the TSG. Now, this is the Tactical Support Group. Fire engine just coming through to another fire that's breaking out further down the road. But this,
It's actually not xenophobia. I would say it's Afrophobia. There is xenophobia, obviously. There's a lot of anti-brown, black racism and violence, but there is a lot of Afrophobia happening at the moment. Even in Northern Africa, even in South Africa, a lot of Afrophobia. And this is, with people migrating from the refugees coming over across the Mediterranean, all of this. And it's politicians taking advantage of the situation, like Nigel Farage and whoever the fucking this community's leaders are. They're all stoking violence. You've got Tommy Robinson, you've got Elon Musk chipping in. It's all bad.
TSG unit here, we think making just one arrest here. They have been driving up and down here quite aggressively, pushing quite a small crowd out of the way and dispersing them.
Oh yeah, let's not forget Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, and JD Vance all talking about immigration in Europe and, talking about closing the borders. They want to keep Europe white, all of this. The crazy thing is, these people know that they can't there's no going back for Europe. Europe is not going to be white. They just want to start division so that the far right rises. It's not like brown people are just going to be, removed. They can't do that. There's too many people there for them to, I don't think it's operationally possible. But then, tell that to Hitler, right? Like, you never know with Europeans, man. They come up with the most violent shit. White people come up with the most violent shit against black and brown people. So who knows?
Onto the side streets. And I think what we've been seeing is that the activity and some of the fires in the last half an hour or so have been breaking out on the side streets off what is this main road in the east of the city. That fire engine you can see turning into where the smoke is still rising. That was really billowing around 5 or 10 minutes ago. So look, it's a tense situation. earlier on this evening, and I'm talking around about sort of 5:30, 6 o'clock, it was an eerie feeling right across Belfast. After the rush hour at around 6 o'clock, the streets emptied. The taxi that took me from the airport this afternoon said that the city is in a boiling point, were his words, and said that he'll be stopping work at around 6 o'clock. And indeed, many of the shops down here on the road have got posters on saying that they will be closing at 5 and not opening because of the situation. There has been a call for calm from the politicians here in Northern Ireland, from the politicians elsewhere in the UK, and of course from the police. That hasn't been heeded so far tonight. The hope is that these crowds don't grow any further. We just bring you a couple. Let's just have a little walk around. We've got to be a bit sensitive here. They are questioning a man to the left of us. You can see here the TSG units. These, of course, are brought in to really deal with unrest when it erupts here. And the PSNI have specific tactics that that are used not elsewhere in the UK. So they're well.
Anti-EU. I don't know, man. The European Union is going pretty fascist right now as well. All the countries in the European Union, many of them are going pretty fascistic too. So I don't think this white supremacy thing is just a UK problem or a Northern Ireland problem. I think it's across Europe right now.
Well versed at dealing with this. I think one of the struggles which potentially they're dealing with
the West
at the moment this evening is the fact that the violence is spread out, as I say, in pockets across the city, and that of course stretches resources and makes it even more difficult. Just lastly, you can see down towards the end, if we can push in a little bit, there is a crowd developing there. Now that crowd, you can see people, mainly people dressed in black. We've seen lots of people wearing balaclavas, hiding their faces. That area down there, just by the church spire, is just about where that bus was set on fire. We were just walking down there a few moments ago. Completely charred remains of that bus there, and the wheelie bins still alight. So it appears this is, we could call it the epicenter, but as I say, it is pockets of violence, and you can see the officers here tonight preparing potentially for more unrest.
Racists would rather burn it all to the ground than share. Yeah, Dingerfer, I've been talking about this, and my biggest concern about what's happening around the world right now, and with the receding power of the West, and we know it's just the West deals in violence. My question has been, is white supremacy just going to say, if we can't have the world, then you can't too? I just feel like that's really on the cards here. So I wouldn't be surprised if a nuke comes from the West, because that's the mentality we're talking about, is if we can't have the world, you can't. So I just hope cool heads prevail and the West realizes that it is a dying power and doesn't try to just exterminate everybody. It will fail, but you just never know, man. You just never know. A 600-year-old project coming to an end. And who knows how it'll end.
Dan.
Wow. I have an inkling. It'll be violent. But how violent is the question?
Thank you very much indeed. Well,
hey,
also
Seven Sign.
there, Conor Gillis, who's in Belfast too, and certainly the message, apart from the message of calm, was get home early, shut up shop. There is a sense that Belfast is a ghost town, Conor, apart from those on the streets who are intent on disruption or protest.
Indeed, Anna, good evening. We began the evening in the same location that you have just been witnessing Dan at, where that bus was set on fire, where tensions
Angels,
erupted
welcome.
A number of hours ago. And we subsequently have been on a journey visiting various communities here in Northern Ireland to get a sense of the anger, to get a sense of the scene, and there is simmering tension here. The streets have been empty. The motorways at one point were closed off as masked protesters entered various parts of the road network. There is a smell of smoke wherever you travel here in Belfast this evening. And the reason we're standing here is because just around the corner, a building has been set on fire, and at the foot of that building is an Arabic shop. The residents of the flats just above, that you can see just out of shot there, they have been evacuated as part of this process. Riot police have been deployed again to pockets of issues across the city here as well, and we've been having conversations with many locals, some of whom do not welcome the presence of the media here, but some have been more than happy to talk to us off camera. One man telling us in the last 10 minutes or so, unconfirmed it has to be said, that in one community, local people are stopping cars and checking nationalities of people. What happens next is unclear, but that's certainly some of the reports that we are hearing. Now, we are 10 minutes from, I suppose, where the epicentre of this unfolded last night, 24 hours ago, when those bloodied scenes of a man pinned to the street where a knife was being plunged into his body, into his neck, into his head, into his back. He is still, tonight, the police tell us, receiving treatment in a serious condition in hospital here in Belfast. And we talk about the ghost town element of this. Well, we're slap bang in the centre of town here. And look, businesses, restaurants that would normally be full and open at this time of the night, well, they are completely closed. There are cordons in place where the emergency service activity is continuing to assess what is happening here. But it has been a day of commentating when it comes to the politicians as well. One senior politician calling this chilling, calling it medieval, a mutilation of a citizen, they say, of Belfast, an attempted slaughter, their words, as part of this, because that video, it has to be said, was extremely graphic, captured on camera in the middle of a residential street. Children were among those who'd gathered, a local resident attempting to bat off the attacker. Details have emerged about the suspect as part of this investigation today throughout the police intervention as well. We know that he is a Sudanese national. He made a journey from Sudan onto the continent of Europe in Paris. Then from Paris, he made his way over on a flight to Dublin, a bus journey then from Dublin up here to Belfast in 2023, where he claimed asylum. And we understand that he was given leave to remain here in the UK until at least 2028. Now, the police have been keen to stress that it is their job to conduct this investigation, and people should not be taking the law into their own hands. They say they have made this arrest, and tonight they have charged that individual. He is due to appear at Belfast Magistrates Court tomorrow morning. They also confirmed that there is no trace of that individual on the National Security database as well, and they are not treating this as a terror attack. But as the hours go on, the tension continues to build here in the city. As we say, pockets of violence. This time last year, I was here in Northern Ireland covering the troubles in Ballymena. That was as a result of an attack on a young girl there by a foreign national, a major flare-up, riots on the streets, water cannon was deployed as part of the policing efforts there. I think the difference tonight here in Belfast is that clearly we're talking about a city rather than a town, and therefore the violence, the disorder hasn't been as concentrated and has been more spread out as a result. Look, the police are continuing their investigations. You can see it continuing here behind me, and they do have a long night ahead of them, Anna.
Yeah, this is gonna get really, really bad. Of course, white supremacy, and they will say mental health. Yeah. Yeah, man, like, it's like it's collective. It's always collective punishment, eh? It's always collective punishment. It's so dumb. Like, it was a heinous crime what the Sudanese guy did. Heinous. And if you watch the video, it's fucking sick. But to blame like every single black and brown person for it just says these people were waiting for a moment like this, you know? They were just waiting for a moment like this so that they could take it out on all these communities. The anger didn't start here. It was already there. This set it off into something bigger. But that's what it is, right? Like it gets amplified by these people like Tommy Robinson and all of them. And it completely erupts like this. Okay, so this is a little interview piece by Mehdi Hassan on Sky News. Quite a nice little segment.
I think sometimes we shouldn't pretend that impartiality means that you must take a middle position between two sides. Take the genocide, for example. This idea, and you know this, and again, we don't have time to get into all the stats, but the number of times that Sky and the BBC and other broadcasters have given Israel a pass, or, for example, taken an Israeli denial as fact when we know it's not fact, when we know they're lying, when it's been illustrated that they've been lying. And I think that's a real problem. For example, the humanizing of one side of the conflict. I think it's undeniable that the British media humanizes Israeli victims of violence more than Palestinian victims of violence.
Look, again, I push back on that. I think.
Well, there's a study being done by News Corp of media bias. People can look at it about Sky and the BBC. There's been a study done by Des Friedman at Goldsmiths College about headlines on Ukraine versus Gaza and Iran. The numbers are all out there, Wolf.
Well, and they're different conflicts with different needs to coverage. And I don't know those reports, but there are other reports on the other side. And I think really in an unbelievably difficult topic, which we talk about, sometimes with preparation, sometimes without. I think all of my colleagues and peers in this organisation and at the rival ones that you mentioned, I think do a very, very good job under the guidance of trying to be balanced and partial in rules that I hope remain, even if you celebrate being free from them. We're kind of out of time.
We're kind of out of time. Oh, shit. Oh, that was so good, man. That was so good. Got cooked. Sometimes you just need to let them talk, you know?
There are certain things you can't say as a broadcaster. I get that. But if you take the Henry Nowak story, for example, a horrific story, what happened to him shouldn't have happened. And I hope there's investigation. I hope there's accountability, especially the police side of things. But for example, allowing the right to turn that into an immigration story when the guy who killed him was born in the UK, his father was born in the UK, but you're now seeing...
That's fair, though. Which mainstream media organisation has allowed that to be the case? Everyone's pushed back and focused on the facts, really, really quite carefully.
No, I think it has very much become a debate about immigration. I was just on Newsnight last night. We were talking about the horrific tragedy in Belfast, and that story comes up. I think it's a real problem where when one side is just lying about what is going on. So, for example, do you use the word lie?
Yeah.
You do? You say to guests you're lying?
Well, no, because it doesn't happen very often, but we absolutely hold...
It doesn't happen very often?
Yeah.
Guests don't come on Sky and lie very often?
No, but look, I'm sorry...
I think viewers would disagree. There are certain things you...
Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that face! Folks, check this face out. That is a face of, hey, brown guy, you should stay in your lane. This is the face of a white man who wishes that he could put Mehdi in a cotton field because he's shutting him down. This is a face of a white man who wants to do things to a brown man for speaking up against his bullshit. This is a white man's face that says, "Who the fuck do you think you are, brown guy? Who the fuck do you think you are, brown man?" This is the face of a white man who wants to take out his whip and get Mehdi Hassan declothed, tied up against a pole, and whip him in the back. This is the face of a white man who wants to use white supremacy, who wants to use his whiteness for violence. He wants to this is the face of a white man who wants to say a slur so badly. So badly.
I want to be a good boy.
Oh dear. That is fragility right there, everybody. And I'll say this again. There is no violence like white fragility. There is no violence like white fragility. I will tell you that. 100%. There is no violence like white fragility. Protesters block roads and set vehicles on fire in Belfast after knife attack attributed to a refugee. What does that mean? There's no violence like white fragility. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is all white fragility right here, Anna. All white fragility. Can I stop referring to skin color? What? Fuck off. Are you serious? Can you stop referring to skin color? What, fragility? What the fuck? Anna, are you asking about what the word fragility mean? Is that the way you speak to a woman? Very respectful, not? Okay, Karen. I'll send me an email to who's your manager at fuckoff.com, please. Okay? The suspect, a 30-year-old Sudanese refugee. You're not calling me out. You're just being a little fragile snowflake, Kim. Just leave. You want to swipe a couple of times for the Nazi live. Even women were Nazis. Remember that, Kim. Karen, sorry. Oh, crap. I had the video on. Didn't I? I had the video on. Okay. We've got a snowflake in the chat, everybody. We've got a snowflake in the chat. All right. Yeah, go lecture the pogroms conducted by the Brits, Karen. Yeah. The suspect, a 30-year-old Sudanese refugee whose name has not yet been released, is due to go to court on Wednesday. The police service of Northern Ireland has increased its presence after video footage drew condemnation. Is her name really Karen? Nah, it's Kim, I think. But yeah, I sense. You know, I'm good at sensing Karens. Any white person bothered by referring to white people fragile and insecure as fuck, yeah. If the shoe fits, yeah. Anti-immigration protests torched a building and vehicles in Belfast on the evening of Tuesday, June 9th, and blocked roads one day after a stabbing allegedly by a Sudanese refugee, which was captured in a graphic video that shocked the country. Hundreds of protesters, many masked, gathered at several locations across Belfast, reported Agence France Presse, AFP. A bus and several cars were set alight while a building fringing the city center caught fire and its residents had to be evacuated. Police helicopters patrolled above the city and shops were also closed early. Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister of Northern Ireland, slammed the protests and urged calm. Groups of masked men burning families out of their homes is nothing less than disgusting cowardice, she said on X. Racism, intimidation, and violence are wrong wherever they occur. There can be no excuse and no justification for these attacks tonight. No one wants to see this on our streets, and I again appeal for calm. Yeah, people's homes were set on fire. It's crazy. The real problem has nothing to do with immigrants. Yeah, of course it doesn't. The UK social care services, especially for immigrants, are absolutely failing. The policing services are broken. These instances are inevitable. When one of them happens to be done by a colored person, they immediately become the perfect flashpoint for people who don't want to talk about the real problems. Yeah, of course. I mean, this is what it's about. You're right. Absolutely. I'm going to lose 2 points, guys, for the live because I showed that video. I literally shared an image of that guy. The suspect in the knife attack, whose name has not been released, was charged late Tuesday with attempted murder, possession of a bladed weapon in a public place, and making threats to kill. The 30-year-old man is due to appear in court on Wednesday. As anti-immigration figures, including Reform Party leader Nigel Farage and Restore Britain leader Rupert Lowe, demanded details about the attacker, the Interior Minister confirmed he was a Sudanese refugee with a residence permit valid until 2028. Northern Ireland Police Chief John Butcher said he had arrived in the UK in 2023 via Paris and Dublin. Profound implications. The UK Interior Ministry confirmed the Sudanese suspect entered the country in 2023 and acquired refugee status the same year, allowing him to remain until 2028. Northern Irish MP Gavin Robinson from the pro-UK Democratic Unionist Party said in a parliament the incident will have profound implications for community cohesion in this country. He urged the government to recognize that uncontrolled immigration needs to end. Here we go. I find it interesting that they released his supposed nationality before they released his name. Yeah, exactly. It's insane, right? How are you, Wavy? Welcome. You see that Nigel Farage was arrested in Canada by immigration enforcement for being an illegal immigrant? Oh, really? Immigration has become a hot button issue in Britain and helped fuel the rise of the hard right Reform UK party in the polls. I'm good, Wavy. It's good to see you. Good to see you. US tech billionaire Elon Musk had earlier retweeted a post by anti-immigration activist Stephen Yaxley Lennon, also known as Tommy Robinson, adding, "Only by protesting repeatedly and loudly will there be any change." Tensions were already high in Britain after violent skirmishes last week in Southampton, southern England, over the police handling of the murder of a young white student stabbed to death by a British Sikh man. On Tuesday, dozens of demonstrators also gathered there outside a hotel housing asylum seekers, carrying banners reading "No racism, just patriotism," and "Enough is enough." Yes, the stories are super framed to stir the racist twats. Yeah. 100%. Oh, by the way, guys, I've said this before and I will say it again. When war is on the doorstep, fascism is a great recruiting tool. It's this patriotism, misplaced patriotism, that makes people enlist for the army. So Europe, all this anti-immigration rhetoric, I would go as far as to say that it's not happening because of fringe players. It is being stoked by power. It's being stoked by people who are terrified about a multipolar world, who are terrified about equity, who are terrified about the rise of the global south. So what do they want to do? I think they want to increase the size of their armies. They want to get people enlisting. Misplaced patriotism is always a great recruitment tool. Horrific and sickening footage. The video from Belfast shows a man straddling another man lying in a street and slashing him several times in the head and neck with a knife in what far-right figures claimed was an attempted beheading. Several people can then be seen intervening, one wielding a hurling stick and tackling the perpetrator as police arrive. 100% history has shown it works to galvanize and mobilize people quickly. Also, it also serves to shortcut people's logical thinking by appealing to their emotions directly. Very effective. Yeah. Anything but a billionaire tax. Exactly. Verified radical. All of this massively contributes to hurtling towards materialism globally. Yeah. The victim, a man in his 40s, was taken to hospital with significant injuries to the eyes and serious slash wounds injuries to the back and face, he told reporters. Officers recovered what is believed to be a kitchen knife at the scene, Henderson confirmed. Prime Minister Keir Starmer called the incident horrific and sickening on X. The leaders of Northern Ireland's 5 main political parties issued a joint statement condemning the incident, saying there is no place in our society for this kind of brutality. We call for calm and for space to allow justice to take its course, it added. The leaders and police urged people not to share the video, noting its graphic nature would only serve to re-traumatize those involved. But numerous social media accounts linked to so-called patriots were sharing the footage, urging people to protest against mass immigration into their communities. Curious if what we're experiencing the last 4 years is alignment of countries in preparation for World War III. Yeah, Hook, I truly feel like there is some wide... Because the Sikh guy and the Sudanese guy are from wildly different cultures too. These racists literally think it's reasonable to believe every single non-white culture is dangerous. Yeah, it's not even culture, guys. Like there's just fucked up people who do fucked up shit. Human beings are fucked up. Okay? So in every group there's going to be fucked up people. So it's kind of crazy to just go, okay, the black guy did a crime. When statistically speaking, white people are far more likely to commit crime in Europe, in particularly in the UK. And they do so at higher numbers, even per capita. Right? Like, they do it more than the percentage of white people in the country. You know, in the UK, 85% of sexual violence, child sexual violence, is committed by white people. And 75% of the population identifies as white. Right? So, like, these are real numbers, guys. These are real numbers. But do you ever think the UK will ever recover and become tolerant of each other's faith? I think in the USA, it's in the 90+%. Yeah. Every settler colony, same crimes, all correlated. Yep. Noisy wants to deport all of the white people. Send them back to Europe. Send them back to Europe. I think it's possible, Loopy Luna. I just think what's got to happen is I think it's possible. I think what's happening right now is a geopolitical problem that is leaking into local environments, and the geopolitical problem is that the West is starting to lose power. And therefore the West is amplifying certain rhetoric to ensure it maintains power for as long as possible. It wants people distracted to the fact that the West is, it wants to keep people distracted from the fact that the West is declining. And it's just happening. It's just happening. They need a fall guy, and they're blaming immigrants for it. It's that rhetoric. If they got rid of all immigrants, the West would just stop working, because the West is reliant on immigrants to do the important shit. So I think the powers that be know that immigration can't just be stopped. It can't just be stopped. They know it. But I think the division helps. The division and the rhetoric helps create an environment where people are far more likely to be manipulated by propaganda. Do you think the distraction is for the huge wealth gaps by billionaires? Yeah, it's that, Alice. So this is why I do not believe the class war or the war against the patriarchy is possible without dismantling white supremacy and white privilege. Fundamentally, if we cannot dismantle white supremacy and white privilege, then we cannot unite the working class. These people, hey Arya, welcome. These people burning shit down, burning houses down. These people are burning the houses down. They're all working class. They're probably poor people, uneducated in some cases. Just like easy to manipulate. They are the working class, though. Do you think this working class is ever going to unite with, say, the brown and black working class? No fucking way. They think they're Ubermensch and they fucking make less than anybody. They're all on the dole. So you can't expect to unite the working class if divisions created by race, religion, culture, etc. are not weaponized, because that will never allow you to unite the working class. It won't. And in Northern Ireland, particularly mobilized by religious influences, Protestants, right? In Northern Ireland, it's Protestants. We're happy to take migrants. Poldo, here's the thing. One day, white people are going to be refugees. One day, white people are going to be refugees. Irish people, British people, Scottish people, Welsh people, French people. How you behave now will dictate how you are treated then. Okay? So I would suggest that you treat human beings as human beings and not dehumanize. The moment you do that, Wales mentioned we are doomed. That's what has made white supremacy so successful historically. Make the white non-land-owning laborer feel that they have membership to something bigger than themselves. Yeah. How far into the future are you talking? Gail, stop. How do you know we will be one day refugees? What makes you say that? Red Rebellion. Every this is how the world works. Every empire, are future refugees. Empire building ends in this way. If you're good with Jesus, you're good with me. I'm an atheist. Climate catastrophe is coming for us all. Hey, Jimny, welcome. Scotland is a lot more left-wing than England or Northern Ireland. Would I consider Vivek Ramaswamy a house curry? Oh, yeah. Easily. Like that guy is the houseiest of house curries ever. But you know why we're going to be refugees? Yeah, because of white supremacist violence. Ultimately, Red Rebellion, the reason why I think that the West is shrinking in influence around the world is because the West cannot bring itself to talk about reparations and to talk about equity. What the West has done to the world, what white supremacy has done to the world over 600 years of mass murder and theft and, everything, the largest man-made human suffering in the history of the human race over the last 600 years, is coming back home to roost. And either this is the moment where the West either deals with the situation empathetically or looks inward to some answer that it doesn't have. This is the kind of moment when nukes are launched. Honestly, I hope that we can come out of this without having to, go to war. We don't need to. World War II was just Anglo-Saxon versus Aryan. Yeah, but World War II, the Anglo-Saxons used black and brown bodies, though. Right, Wavy? They used black and brown bodies to fight that war before they threw white bodies at the problem. And this is the issue, is this time around, Europe doesn't have black and brown bodies to throw at the problem. No one's going to fucking fight for Europe, bro. In the global south, who the fuck is going to fight for Europe? I'm in the West and I'm not going to fight for Europe. I ain't enlisting for shit. My son is definitely not enlisting for anything. I ain't fighting for fucking racists, bro. Are you? Is anybody here? Fuck the white supremacists, bro. Fuck the king, Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Wavy. And that's the bit that people don't talk about, right? They're like, oh, Winston Churchill fought against the Nazis. Winston Churchill was a fucking raging white supremacist fascist himself. And the only reason Winston Churchill decided to go to war with the Nazis is because he feared losing sovereignty, not because of the Holocaust. Let's be real. If you read his fucking dog in a manger quote, you'll know what I mean. Churchill wasn't like some inclusive, DEI guy, was he? Churchill was murdering brown and black people at probably higher rates. At probably higher rates than what Hitler was doing. It's just that brown and black people were never considered human beings. Have you seen the letter Churchill's father gave to him? It's brutal. No, I haven't seen that actually. He made most his decisions from a bottle of whiskey. No doubt. He contributed to the Bengal famine, yeah. Bengal famine. Kash Patel suddenly needs your help. Probably no figure in history has had his reputation more whitewashed than Churchill. Yeah. You know, in New Zealand, our Minister of Defense, this lady named, what was her name? What's the lady's name? She's in the National Party. What was her name? Anyone in Aotearoa? She just resigned. The fuck is her name? Yeah, she wrote this disgusting tweet about Winston Churchill. Judith Collins? Is it Judith Collins? Judith Collins Churchill. Let's check. She wrote something about Churchill. Judith Collins. Yeah, hold on. Let me get her Churchill quote. Yeah, this is her. Judith Collins, Churchill. This is our. She was the Minister of Defense. Here we go. This is the one. One of my hobbies is genealogy. So you can imagine how delighted I was this week to find out that Sir Winston Churchill, one of my heroes, and I were 12 cousins twice removed. There are even more to come. This is our Minister of Defense. Like, no shit. She did this. She tweeted this. How gross is that, bro? One of my hobbies is genealogy. So you can imagine how delighted I was this week to find out that Sir Winston Churchill, one of my heroes, and I were 12 cousins twice removed. There are even more to come. I think I commented on this. Did I comment on this? She blocked me. I wonder if I'm still blocked by this lady. Am I still blocked by her? Yes! Woo! Woo! Let's go, Judith! Fucking block me, bro. Yeah. So disgusting, man. How the fuck can you type that shit out? Fucking white supremacist. White supremacists talking about other white supremacists and thinking like it's a flex. Oh, it's disgusting. Like, the man murdered so many people. Look at this lady. Like, if this doesn't say Karen, I don't know what the fuck it says, you know? It's like this guy. Terrible. She looks like Churchill, to be fair. Does she? Oh my gosh. Okay, all right, let's move on. Next story. Hey, Crispy, welcome. I came for the politics tag. Nice. And if those crimes from Churchill don't move you, he was also a terrible army authority. He was mocked endlessly for the Gallipoli disaster. Her face is giving Frau. What's Frau? Both bulldogs. 12th cousin is 12th grandparents ago. 12 grandparents ago. Yeah, this lady was the latest defense minister in Aotearoa. Like, can you believe that shit, bro? A person, like, After 100 years, she's close to 100 years, she's fucking celebrating this guy's life. The guy was an absolute white supremacist fucking fascist, you know? Killed so many brown and black people. And here's our minister in modern times celebrating this cuck. Does she look like Trunchbull? Oh, yeah, Miss Trunchbull, yeah. Frau is German for woman, a Nazi joke, I think. Oh, really? Shit. Oh, I get you. No wars but class wars. Nice. Okay. Deadly protests in Pakistan-administered Kashmir. What's going on? Experts say the current crisis is part of a deeper, long-running debate about governance in the region. So the people in Kashmir are being, oppressed by both India and Pakistan. India has militarized Kashmir as well. India has militarized the shit out of Kashmir. Let's not forget that. It's one of the most militarized places, or if not the most militarized places in the world. And Bet David, fuck that. I saw a few clips, man, and that Bet David guy was such a dick. Like, if I watched that, I'd just get angry, you know? But yeah, I did watch a few clips. Mehdi's just too smart for the people like that. Like, Mehdi is way too smart for people like that. Like, most things that Mehdi says would probably go over that Bet David guy's head. So yeah, India is oppressing the crap out of the Kashmiris. India is doing it, and Pakistan is as well. So you can't downplay both. But India, there is asymmetry. There is asymmetry in this scenario. India's obviously got way more troops, etc. But Pakistan hasn't got its hands clean either. At least 11 people were killed on Sunday during clashes between police and protesters in Pakistan-administered Kashmir's Rawalakot city, capital of Poonch district, before a major demonstration scheduled by a banned civil society group for Tuesday. Authorities in Pakistan-administered Kashmir deployed federal paramilitary troops and issued a strict travel advisory before the Tuesday protest, which has gone ahead despite the restrictions. Pakistan is a nuclear country, yes. Again, when people ask about the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, there are 3 countries. There's actually 4, but 3 countries who haven't signed on to the NPT. I'll explain the nuance. The 3 countries are Israel, India, and Pakistan. But North Korea is another country that's not part of it, but they had signed. They were committed to the NPT, but then just opted out. Yeah. What's happening in Pakistan-administered Kashmir? 11 people have been killed in clashes between the police and protesters, while more than 70 have been injured. The ban on the organization, alongside regional grievances, set off the protests. On Tuesday, Sardar Wahid Khan, commissioner of the Pakistan side of the Poonch district, a militarized region shared between India-administered and Pakistani-administered Kashmir, told the news agency Reuters that 4 police officers and a passerby died after miscreants shot them. 6 protesters were killed, he said. Police chief Liaquat Malik said 23 security officials and 50 protesters were among those injured in Sunday's clashes. On Friday, local authorities issued an advisory urging visitors to avoid traveling to the area. The measure is advised to save intending visitors from any unexpected situation or inconvenience, an unnamed official said in a statement issued by the region's Press Information Department, PID. The government also requests those already in the territory for sightseeing or any other purpose to leave by Friday evening so that they do not confront any unpleasant situation, that statement added. Kashmir is a disputed Himalayan region which is claimed in full by both India and Pakistan, with China also controlling a portion of the territory. Pakistan-administered Kashmir, known locally as Azad Jammu and Kashmir, AJK, is governed under a semi-autonomous system with its own prime minister and legislative assembly, but ultimate authority resting with Islamabad. Its population exceeds 4 million people, according to the 2017 census. It is separated from India-administered Kashmir by what is known as the line of control. So this is it right here. The line of control, guys. The line of control. Kashmir territorial claims, India, Pakistan, and China each claim parts of Kashmir. Yeah, it's a clusterfuck. It is an absolute clusterfuck. Claimed by Pakistan, claimed by China, and claimed by India. Jesus. The LOC is the 740-kilometer, 459-mile military border dividing the disputed Kashmir region between India-administered and Pakistan-administered territories. Was this where India and China started fighting after a standoff? No, I don't think it was here. I don't think it was here. I think it was a different border. Kashmir's line of control. The line of control, LOC, also known as the ceasefire line, is a de facto border that divides Pakistan-administered Kashmir and Indian-administered Kashmir. The line originally marked the military front when the two countries declared a ceasefire in January 1949. It was formally named the LOC after the 1972 Simla Agreement. Who is behind the protest? The Jammu Kashmir Joint Awami Action Committee, JAAC, is a grassroots umbrella organization that emerged in 2023 as the leader of a protest movement across Pakistani-administered part of the region. The JAAC, led by activist Shaukat Nawaz Mir, represents traders and civil society groups. It's always the working class, isn't it? It's always the fucking working class. Unpleasant. What's happening? What's unpleasant? I don't know what's happening. On Friday, the local government prescribed the JACC under a regional legislative framework in Pakistan-administered Kashmir called the Anti-Terrorist Act of 2014. In a circular, the government's Home Department claimed the JAAC is engaged in terrorism, acted in a manner prejudicial to the peace and security of the state, involved in creating anarchy in the state by intimidating public, promoting hatred, and creating sense of insecurity in society and public at large, etc. In the past, protests organized by the JAAC have led to violent clashes between protesters and security forces, leading to casualties. In a video message on X responding to Sunday's incident, Mir accused the authorities of unleashing violence in Rawalakot, saying, "The state has begun a massacre of our people in Rawalakot." In response, Khan, the commissioner of Pakistani Poonch, said the JAAC leadership is misleading the masses by terming it a massacre. The state's action was meant to restore law and order. What the fuck? On Tuesday, the internet monitoring group NetBlock said that its data showed that access to the web remained severely restricted in Pakistan-administered Kashmir for a third day in a row. What is the trigger behind these protests? These protests are against the reservation of 12 seats in Pakistan-administered Kashmir's legislature for refugees from India-administered Kashmir who now live in other parts of Pakistan. If the refugees live in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, they are not eligible to contest for these reserved seats. The region votes on July 27th to elect its next legislature, which has 45 seats in all, including the 12 reserved ones. The JAAC is calling for the abolition of the reserved seats, arguing that all seats in the legislature must go to those who actually reside in Pakistan-administered Kashmir and not those living in other constituencies scattered across Pakistan. Yeah, I think a lot of Americans feel this way as well. I mean, look at Mehmet Oz. He ran from like a completely different state, didn't he? In India, you get arrested for supporting Kashmir's self-determination. Yeah. The Congress Party has been occupying Kashmir for ages, though. Yeah, it's... hey, the sensationalist, welcome. I think India and Pakistan both don't want to let that go. I think it's they see it as a strategic sort of zone, but the people suffering are the Kashmiri people, you know? It's the people of that land that are suffering. Abdul Jabbar Nasser, a journalist currently based in Karachi, but originally from a village near the LOC in the Gilgit-Baltistan area, which is the majority of the Pakistan-administered Kashmir region, told Al Jazeera that the seats are reserved for those who migrated from India-administered Kashmir to Karachi or any other part of Pakistan in 1947. Carpet bagger is a historical and political term that originated in the United States after the American Civil War. Today, the word is used as a pejorative to describe opportunistic politicians or individuals who move to a new area purely to exploit its resources or run for local office. Oh, really? Carpetbagger. I didn't know that. We learn every day. Carpetbagger, everybody. Carpetbagger. Beautiful. Nasser explained that the reserved seats have existed in various forms since the late 1940s and were formalized in Pakistan-administered Kashmir's 1974 interim constitution, which, hey Salika, welcome, which treats the region as a self-governing, autonomous state with its own prime minister, president, and courts, while defense, foreign affairs, currency and communications remain under Pakistan's control. Hey, Salika, were you the one who asked me yesterday if we were covering Kashmir? Yeah, ex-Hillary Clinton moved from Arkansas to New York to run for Senate. Oh, really? If the constitutional protection... Oh, it wasn't you? Okay. Someone asked me yesterday. I hope they're here because we're covering it now. If the constitutional protection provided begins to be changed by these protesters, then I don't think things can function, Nasser said. It is essential for these seats to exist. If we abolish them, on one hand, Pakistan's own case for Kashmiri statehood in the United Nations will be weakened and India's case will be strengthened, he added. He drew a parallel with India, noting that New Delhi historically kept a number of seats vacant in its parliament and the former Jammu and Kashmir Assembly as a way of asserting that those bodies represented the entire former princely state, including areas under Pakistani control. If Pakistan now dismantles refugee representation in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, he warned, India could argue that both countries have effectively regularized their control over their respective portions of the disputed region. Oh, I see, Pakistani guy. So you have to continue colonizing Kashmir because India does stuff. What an argument, bro. What a fucking argument. Hey, Kashmiri people, please allow us to continue to occupy your land because, you know, India. Because, you know, India. We need to keep carpetbagging, yeah. Marathon talks between a federal ministerial team, including leaders from Pakistan and Pakistani-administered Kashmir, and JAAC leadership in late May failed to yield a breakthrough. This resulted in the JAAC announcing that the protest on Tuesday would proceed as planned. I moved from New York to SC, South Carolina, and they still call us Yankees. Really? In this modern day? On Sunday, a top court in Pakistan-administered Kashmir called the Supreme Court of Azad Jammu and Kashmir ruled that the 12 reserved seats are constitutionally protected and a constitutional amendment would be needed to abolish the reservations. This ruling effectively closed the legal route for groups seeking to challenge the existing arrangement and intensified calls for protest by the JAAC. Raja Kaiser Ahmad, director of the Area Study Center for Africa, North and South America at the Islamabad-based Quaid-e-Azam University, told Al Jazeera. Bro, that... Yo, Logie, welcome. That was a title. Raja Kaiser Ahmad, director for the Area Study Center for Africa, North and South America at the Islamabad-based Quaid-e-Azam University, told Al Jazeera. Wow. Say that 10 times. I thought Yanks was the correct term for all U.S. folks. All right, I'm not going to get into that one. What are the deeper issues? Experts say the current crisis is part of a deeper, long-running debate about governance, political representation, resource allocation, and regional autonomy in Pakistan-administered Kashmir. The protest on Tuesday is the fourth such protest led by the JAAC. The current crisis reflects a broader and longer-term debate about governance, political representation, resource distribution, and regional autonomy in AJK, Ahmad said. While the refugee seat issue has become the focal point of the present mobilization, it is intertwined with wider grievances and have surfaced repeatedly over the past several years. In September and October 2025, the JAAC officially released a comprehensive 38-point charter of demands and initiated a lockdown. It's about resource exploitation and land theft. All sides want to do colonialism, yeah. The government, in response to a lockdown initiated by JAAC, imposed a complete communications blackout. The protests had their roots in May 2023 when residents first protested skyrocketing electricity bills alongside widespread flour smuggling and acute shortages in subsidized wheat supplies. Okay, when people start smuggling flour, you know shit is fucked. The movement hit its first major flashpoint in May 2024 when protesters set off on a long march towards Muzaffarabad. The ensuing violent clashes left at least 5 people dead, among them a police officer. The 38-point charter remains the focal point of current tensions. The demands of the charter include economic subsidies, investigation of corrupt officials, social welfare and infrastructure, as well as the abolition of the 12 reserved seats. Seems pretty fair. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, chairman of the Pakistan People's Party, PPP, the party with the most seats in Pakistan-administered Kashmir's Legislative Assembly, said on Sunday that he would meet Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif to discuss the ongoing tensions in the region. 35 out of 38 demands have been implemented, Bhutto Zardari said during a news conference in Islamabad, explaining that the rest of the demands are not feasible or have court orders barring their implementation. My hands are tied, folks. I can't stop this colonization. My hands are fucking tied. More fundamentally, the protests reveal and ongoing tension between constitutional arrangements linked to the broader Kashmir dispute and growing demands for greater local accountability and political participation, Ahmed said. The debate is therefore not only about a specific set of assembly seats, but also about competing visions of representation, governance, and the future political trajectory of the region. Fuck, man. This is scary shit, bro. Like, in that sort of region, you know, things can go wrong very quickly. Always. Things can go horribly wrong. Things can go horribly wrong. Hold up. I missed a comment. Carpetbagger. No, I read that one. I missed a comment before. Okay. I actually wanted to find a video on this. Hold up, bruh. This is like the hold music, you know? Hold, please. Hold, please. Okay. Let's move on. So that's Kashmir. And then from Kashmir, we're going to move to another security fuck up. Guys, by the way, this is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about when I say, how can there be class solidarity? How can there be worker solidarity or uniting the working class when the police around the world have guns, body armor, and the same weaponry as, say, police in America, but the people, the workers, have less privilege and means in the global south? Let's take Kashmir, for example. The Pakistani police have everything. The Indian police have everything. They have the guns, they have the body armor, they have those things that fire the little gas bullets. They have the less lethal shit that kills people. But a person in Kashmir trying to fight his oppressor versus a person in the United States trying to fight his oppressor, who has more resources to fight their oppressor? Who has more resources? This isn't a rhetorical question. This is a real question. I'm asking you guys. Who has more resources to fight their oppressor? Yeah. Yeah. Americans. Because the average US citizen has like an armory, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. And yet, we have people going, yep, if we just unite the working class, then it'll be okay. There's no war but class war, right? I'm not, by the way, I'm not pointing at you, no war but class wars. I'm not pointing at you specifically. This is just a comment. In order for those people to unite, those two communities to unite, we need equity. That means the means to be able to fight back against your oppressor need to be the same. Minimum. Right? Minimum. And it's the same with the battle against patriarchy. Because think about a woman in Kashmir versus a white woman in the US. Who has more means to fight against the patriarchy? Yes. So how can we fight against global power structures when locally people do not have the same means? How? This is why dismantling the overarching system in our world today is so important. And that overarching system, the operating system of the world, is white supremacy. Okay? Some call it capitalism. Ultimately, capitalism and white supremacy work within each other. And unless that layer of oppression is gone, we will struggle to fight the class war or to fight the patriarchy. Pakistan are saying we are hand tied by the IMF. Yeah. Of course they are. So think about it, guys. When we say we need a revolution, the revolution is going to come from educating white people in the West about these structures of oppression. It's a tough thing to educate people. It's a tough thing to convince people to let go of their own privilege. Of course it is. It's a very hard thing to do. But it has to be done. That education needs to exist. And that is the real revolution. When white people start educating each other that their privilege is actually obtained.
I want to be a good boy.
That their privilege is actually obtained from the oppression of people in the global south, right? Like, that has to be the education. That has to be the education. And that's when we start dismantling and decolonizing. It has to be, we have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. A great man once said. A great man once said this in a beautiful song. And he's right. He's right. Anyway, I don't even know if that quote was right to use at that stage, but, I used it because it felt right. It felt good on the inside. Anyway. All right, let's go to this other one. And check this out. Now think about this in Kenya as well. In Kenya as well, all these police have the same guns as they do in the West, the same body armor. They're militarized as fuck, bro. But the people in Kenya have fuck all to fight with. They have their bodies. And they're fighting with their bodies. They are. Yeah, that's why no wars but class wars. I think the revolution starts with education, especially in the West. To make meaningful change, the West needs to become educated, especially about white supremacy and white privilege. It's a hard process, but white people have to do that education. White people have to provide that education to other white people. White people have to communicate that within their communities, their families, their friends. It's about education. It's fucking hard, but it has to be done. It's, I think, the most effective way to start the revolution. You don't have to die that way, you know? Education is knowledge is resistance, which is also knowledge is resistance is also a one-liner that I use on my videos sometimes. Yes, those immersed in privilege need to be awakened, yeah. The US is far gone brainwashed, $1 trillion justified every year. Yeah. That's why it's going to be hard to educate these people. But it's up to you guys. You guys have to do it. This is what leftists in the West have to do, especially white leftists. If you are truly a white leftist and you understand that, you know, you're essentially taking a position goes against your own privilege, and you understand that and you've acknowledged that, then it is up to you to educate white communities as a white leftist, because that is how you start a revolution. That is the most revolutionary thing white leftists can do, in my honest opinion. Kenya's police crackdown on protest against U.S. Ebola center in Nanyuki. Protesters clash with police in Kenya as they march against a U.S.-run Ebola quarantine center in the town of Nanyuki. And guys, the time is now, because people's eyes are open to the atrocities, state-sponsored atrocities, right? What Palestine has given all of us is that opportunity. It is the Palestinians, through their resistance over 77 years, and now to this point where they are continuing to survive a genocide. It is them who have opened our eyes. They have done that. And they have done a service for all of us. Don't miss the opportunity. If you have been privileged enough to have your mind broadened about the structures of oppression, if you have been privileged enough to go through that journey over the last 3 years to see all of this for what it is, then it is your obligation. It is your obligation to educate. Educate, educate, educate. Spend as much time educating as you can, because that is a privilege we have in the West. We have the means to educate. Gunshots, water cannon, and tear gas have been used by Kenya's police in the central town of Nanyuki, where hundreds of protesters lit fires and hurled stones at law enforcement officers as they demonstrated against a quarantine center for U.S. citizens exposed to Ebola. Tuesday's violence came as the proposed quarantine center at the town's Laikipia Air Base has caused anger among Kenyans who accuse the United States of shifting the risks of caring for people exposed to the Ebola outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda onto Kenya. Kenya has never recorded a case of Ebola, and many residents oppose bringing potential carriers of the virus into the country. Hey, Tony. Good morning. Welcome, Teal. The center is designed to have 50 isolation beds run by U.S. staff and was nearing completion last week. Construction has continued despite a temporary halt order from Kenya's High Court and vocal opposition from local politicians. President William Ruto's government has pledged to press ahead with the project, arguing that Kenya owes Washington for years of financial and technical support. The U.S. has committed $13.5 million to support Kenya's Ebola preparedness efforts. Yeah, they might be helping, but fuck, how much have they taken? You know? How much has the West taken from Africa, bro? What the fuck are you talking about, Ruto? William Ruto is just... I despise the man, eh? William Ruto is horrible, honestly. Ruto must go. Ruto must go, everybody. Kenya does not owe the U.S. anything. Yeah, exactly. It absolutely does not. All right. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving and grooving. Oh, yeah. This is nuts. I read this before. This is so nuts, guys. Largest ICE detention hub wasted millions in rush to open, reports say. Camp East Montana in El Paso was opened last year to make space for the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign. 3 people have since died at the center. The country's largest immigration detention center opened so hastily in Texas last year that it failed to meet national standards for safety and security and has wasted millions of dollars on unnecessary services, according to a federal report released on Tuesday. Tony, bro, don't spread random shit, please. Please don't spread random shit, bro. Not in my chat. We'll just mute you, man. People... And Tony, I'm going to say this once, okay? Whether you take it on board or not, doesn't bother me. We'll just mute you if you keep going with this line. People in the DRC could be watching this live. Or people in the DRC could be in a live stream that any one of you might be watching somewhere else as well. Whenever you start talking about dumb shit like Ebola is a hoax, and a person in the DRC is listening and are terrified about the fact that they could get Ebola somehow and die, and then you come in the chat and you say dumb shit like, "Oh, Ebola is a hoax." Like, do you fucking understand what you're doing? Do you guys understand that when you spread dumb shit like that, you're impacting real people? Like, these people are in a death zone, and here's people sitting cushy in the West going, oh, their problems are all made up. Fuck, man. Like, these people are dying, bro. They have nothing. All good, Tony. All good. Thank you for apologizing. Thank you. I just think we need to be responsible online. That's all. We just need to be responsible citizens, especially when, you know, people in the global south in particular are being impacted. Because, bro, like, the internet is all they have. In some cases, that doesn't exist either. We have to be responsible. We got to look after our brothers and sisters, bro. They're being oppressed by all sorts of powers. The facility called Camp East Montana, which is at Fort Bliss military base in El Paso, was rushed to completion in 2025 to make space for the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign and has been mired in controversy ever since. Many of the migrants at Camp East Montana, which can hold around 5,000 detainees, have described harrowing conditions, and 3 people have since died. The Army awarded and administered a $1.3 billion contract to open the center last August, according to the report released on Tuesday by the Government Accountability Office, a nonpartisan agency that helps Congress keep track of federal spending. It handled contract administration duties to Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials in October. The GAO said in its report that expedited timeframes directed by senior leadership had driven ICE and Army officials to rush their decision-making in ways that hurt the project, prompting, for example, the Army to prioritize low costs and choose a contractor that did not have experience with detention services. Of course, cutting costs, capitalism, classic. In the process, the report found the Army chose a contract that was not flexible enough to account for low occupancy at the facility. During the first half of August, it spent up to $11.5 million on guards, medical services, transportation, meals, and other services, even though there were no immigrants being detained yet at the center. For-profit detention center. These are not state or even government facilities. They are corporate-run businesses. Disgusting. Yeah, it's like the Gaza Humanitarian Fund thing that they did. It was a for-profit thing. They cut costs and they just shot a whole bunch of Palestinians. Hey, Mia. Welcome. The report also found that the facility lacked some important features when it opened, including security cameras on the perimeter, outdoor areas for recreation, and visitation spaces for lawyers and family members of the detainees. ICE did not spot those deficiencies in time, the report added, because it did not inspect the facility before detaining people there, in contradiction of the agency's own policies. Fuck, man. This ICE stuff is just so fucked. After the facility opened, ICE reported additional problems, including gaps in medical services, the loss of a loaded firearm, and unsanitary conditions, among other issues, the report said. The loss of a loaded firearm? What the fuck? They just lost a fucking... Oh my God. Okay. It also said that evidence related to the Jan 3rd death of Geraldo Lunas Campos, 55, of Cuba, was missing or destroyed. Officials with the Department of Homeland Security have described Mr. Campos' death as the result of an attempted suicide, but the El Paso County medical examiner ruled it a homicide, and legal and medical documents suggest that guards may have choked him. In March, DHS said it was reviewing its contract for Camp East Montana, and on Tuesday, a DHS spokesperson said in an email that ICE had contracted with a new provider following the termination of the old contract inherited from the Department of War, and that it was always looking for ways to improve its detention centers. The spokesperson added that the new contractor would be able to provide more staff members, more medical care, and better quality assurance. ICE will have even more oversight of the contractors at the facility, the statement said. Far from closing, Camp East Montana is upgrading. The old contractor, Acquisition Logistics, a company based in Virginia, did not immediately respond to a request for comment, nor did Amentum Services, which took over operations at the facility after it was awarded a contract in March. Heather McLeod, the director of the Homeland Security and Justice team at the GAO, said in an interview that the agency would keep track of the facility's progress in addressing the issues outlined in the report. Homeland Security officials have already agreed to improve inspection practices and to look into cost-saving measures, according to the report, such as a tiered pricing plan for meals and other services at the facility. The Defense Department said in a letter to the GAO last month that it would conduct an assessment to determine lessons learned, but added that the report was not entirely accurate because it did not sufficiently incorporate the department's perspective. The report was prompted by a congressional request last year. Tiered pricing plans for meals? Crazy, eh? This is $1 billion business. They've turned concentration camps into a profit-making scheme. GAO officials are reviewing ICE detention practices across the United States, but they decided to issue a separate report focusing on Camp East Montana after visiting the facility last September. Representative Benny Thompson, a Democrat of Mississippi who is the ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee, said in a statement on Tuesday that DHS should be held to account for its treatment of migrants and its flagrant waste of taxpayer funds. Don't forget you're forced to do slave labor or get solitary. Fuck. Matt, what up, dog? Welcome. Part of the difference between a Democratic-run versus Republican-run government is what you're seeing here. They're both shite. However, Obama ran tight immigration process centers. Following laws, especially regarding children, versus what you're seeing now. Quality versus quantity. If anyone cares, there is a difference. Yeah, but Obama deported more people than Trump is. Right? Like, we've got to be clear about this. None of these people are good. None of these fucking people are good. Okay? They're just not good. Like, comparing Trump and Obama, to me, just makes no sense at all. Because Obama, but what you're seeing now is death upon death. Yeah, but what's the... Obama... Okay, let me say this, okay? If death upon death is what you're worried about, Obama signed the largest weapons deal or military aid deal with Israel. A 10-year, $38 billion deal. That's $3.8 billion a year. That was signed under Obama. Obama also bombed the shit out of Syria. Obama deported a shitload of people, more than Trump has, weirdly enough. I think what you're trying to say, no wars but class war, is Obama's oppression was DEI oppression. Like, let's be clear. Whether your shackles are made out of diamonds or stainless steel, they're fucking shackles. You know? Whether your prison looks like a castle or your prison looks like a 6 foot by 3 foot, 6 meter by 3 meter cell, they're all fucking prisons. Okay? We're talking about the difference between a turd and a polished turd, yeah. Representative Benny Thompson, a Democrat of Mississippi who is the ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee, said in a statement on Tuesday that DHS should be held to account for its treatment of migrants and its flagrant waste of taxpayer funds. For months, several Democratic lawmakers have been calling for the detention center to close. In February, 24 members of the Congress wrote a letter to DHS officials asking them to shut down the camp, citing the deaths, sewage problems, poor meals, and a lack of access to legal help. Ask the rest of the world how they felt about the humanity of the Obama admin. People say Obama was somehow better, are looking at it through an American exceptionalist lens, where you conveniently ignore the US's unilateral actions away from the homeland. Yeah, Obama was the perfect blackface to launder America's crimes through. You know? He was the perfect face to launder America's crimes through. Libya was destroyed under Obama. Can we remember that? Yes, Libya was destroyed under Obama. Yes, exactly. In April, ICE itself reported dozens of violations of national standards at the facility, including instances that may have exposed detainees to illnesses and uses of force that were not properly documented. This is why I say, whenever I talk to like American people who are like, oh, you know, Obama was better, etc. I just say, guys, like the problem is American imperialism. It is a system built on white supremacy and the oppression of people in order to be successful. Like its business model starts with its military. Can I steal the Obama blackface line? Sure, I guess. I don't know. I didn't think it was that good. Yeah, so like the problem is how America is built. It's an imperialist machine, right? And it's all about projecting power and coercion. And at the end of the day, if projecting power and coercion doesn't work, they'll stop projecting power and just bomb you, mass murder you. This is America. That's why your gas prices used to be $2 a gallon. Anyway. Anywho. Hey, who are we rating, folks? Who are we rating today, Twitch? Who are we rating? Shardspork, did you resub? Did I say thank you, Shardspork? 5 months? Thank you so much for the resub, Shardspork. I didn't even see that. I'm so sorry. USA Hole? Okay. Just because of that name, I'm doing it. US A-hole. We're rating US A-hole. Have we rated US A-hole before? Thank you so much, Alice. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. That was a hangout there. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad we can rate this person. I don't know if we've rated them before. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Have a wonderful night. And we'll be back tomorrow. And hopefully I can tell you a little bit more about the next project I'm working on, which is to do with the refugee, the horrific crimes against humanity being committed by the European Union against the refugees trying to cross the Mediterranean. I'm working on a project, and it will be a documentary style video, educational, about what's going on there. But hopefully I can talk about it more. Maybe not tomorrow, but in a couple of days. But I'm looking forward to showing you guys. Anyway, thank you so much for the support, folks. Get ready for the raid, Twitch. In 3, 2, 1, let's go, Raiders. Boom. And kakite to TikTok, kakite to YouTube. Thank you so much, everybody. Please take care. Free Palestine. And look after yourselves. I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? Po Marie, everybody. Po Marie kakite. Free Palestine. And and YouTube. Take care, YouTube. Catch you soon.